Ladies, gentlemen, and genetic anomalies, what is happening? It's not a newbie, back again with yet another stream, and today we're actually going to be doing something very, very exciting. Hold on, let me see here. And also something very special. That's something that I usually do. I'll actually be streaming live here on Kick, reacting to the, oh sorry, we're gonna turn on the auto duck there. Reacting to the real presidential debate, not just between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, but also with RFK Jr. as well. Actually, hold on here a second. I need to send this into the chat here. Note to react to the presidential debate on Kick. Feel free to tap in and join the fun, because this is fun. This is fun is what this is supposed to be. All right, and hold on, I'm gonna join. Let's see. All right, hold on. All right, let's see. I'm gonna do this right here. For those of y'all joining in on me for the reaction in the emergency room, I'll be sharing my screen. All right, there we go. I'm gonna hop in, do this. Oh, there we go. Get all this situated. All right. There we go. So now I have the debate queued up. I just gotta wait for some members of the crack political team that I have I've concocted to hop in, and then we'll be able to get started. But I know I did hear from a few people that they wanted to join me for the reaction. I know there's Callan Slayer. He is a member of the crack political team. He's not sure how long he'll be able to stick around, but his perspective will be fun to have, I think. Also, ISM said that he wanted to be on, as well as Zemo Tabar. Now, you guys might not know who Zemo Tabar is. He is Craig of the Craig Cam fame. So he uses a different name on Discord than in real life, which a lot of us do. Hold on, let me see here. Well, let me text him and see if
I'm America.
Hold on, wait. Let me text him and see if he is still good to be on the stream. Because to be fair, I did just start it. And let me check and see if he's down. You still down to join the debate reaction stream? All right, so I just texted him. Now, if I don't hear back from some people within like 5 minutes or so, then I'll go ahead and get started. I'm quite sure that people will come in later on in the day as well, so there's that to consider too. This is also going to be a very long debate, so it's not something where I necessarily need everyone to be there from the beginning to the end, even though it would be nice if they could be there from the beginning to the end. Hold on, it says new unread. What is this? Oh, someone in my Discord said they started Madam Secretary. I have actually heard good things about that show. I have heard good things about that show. Although this is not exactly what the stream is supposed to be about, so slightly off topic, I would say. Let's see, hold on. I'm actually gonna cut the music and just get into this reaction because, the sun is going down. It's just getting real low. Okay. All right. So today we will be reacting to the real debate, not the phony fake debate that was concocted and orchestrated by the mainstream media. I am being slightly facetious here, but I'm reacting to what RFK Jr. called the real debate. This is a debate that includes not just Donald Trump, but Joe Biden and RFK Jr. himself as well. What he did was he basically hosted this big old venue that was a debate style forum, and he sort of like edited himself into the debate. So he answered all the same questions that the other candidates answered. I thought it would be fun to react to this version. First of all, it's very cool that he's doing this because I do think that RFK Jr. should have been there, forcing himself to answer all of the questions that the other candidates answered was a master stroke, I think. So I'm going to go ahead and hit play on this. And members of my crack political team will join in, I believe, ostensibly, over the course of the stream. It includes Callan Slayer. Many friends of the stream are going to be familiar with him. It includes ISM. Probably a lot of you guys who are big fans of the stream are going to know him as well. But also Zemo Tabar, who is of Craig Cam fame. So looking forward to having them in. Also, if you're new to the streams, join the link down here. That is the Discord server where you'll be able to influence stuff I react to in the future because I take reaction requests and various things like that. But without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it because I do not want to waste too much time. Here is the real presidential debate. I think it starts at about here. I tried to time like where it'll start. Here we go. It's so much nicer having an audience. Did he just wake up or something? This feels like a skit, like a YouTube skit. Oh, Bobby. I thought they were saying Romney at first.
Welcome to The Real Debate. I'm John Stossel, moderator tonight. CNN's hosting its first presidential debate for 2024, but they did not include the independent presidential candidate, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. So this evening, live from Los Angeles, we're streaming the CNN debate, and here I will give Kennedy the same questions that Trump and Biden get. You'll see the CNN debate, plus Kennedy's answers here. And this is all being hosted on Twitter, X we're supposed to call it, and therealdebate.com. But you could say this is the real debate with all the presidential candidates who poll in double digits. Due to the inclusion of Kennedy's answers, this broadcast will be a little bit longer. Now, let's go to CNN as they introduce their broadcast.
This is actually kind of cool. I kind of dig this format.
From Georgia, a key battleground state in the race for the White House. In just moments, the current U.S. president will debate the former U.S. president as their party's presumptive nominees, a first in American history. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world to our studios in Atlanta. This is the CNN presidential debate.
This debate is being produced by CNN and is coming to you live on CNN, CNN International, CNN.com, CNN Max, and CNN Espanol. This is a pivotal moment between President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump in their rematch for the nation's highest office. Each will make his case to the American people with just over 4 months until Election Day. Good evening, I'm Dana Bash, anchor of CNN's Inside Politics and co-anchor of State of the Union.
I'm Jake Tapper, anchor of CNN's The Lead and co-anchor of State of the Union. Dana and I will co-moderate this evening. Our job is to facilitate a debate between the two candidates tonight. Before we introduce them, we want to share the rules of the debate with the audience at home. Former President Trump will be on the left side of the screen. President Biden will be appearing on the right. A coin toss determines their positions. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to answer a question and 1 minute each for responses and rebuttals. An additional minute for follow-up, clarification, or response is at the moderator's discretion.
When it's time for a candidate to speak, his microphone will be turned on and his opponent's microphone will be turned off.
Now, I did see the debate, and this didn't turn out terribly, but I still am not the biggest fan of having having candidates' mics just be muted like this. It didn't turn out disastrously in this debate, but I don't know. I just don't like that idea.
Should a candidate interrupt when his microphone is muted, he will be difficult to understand for viewers at home. At the end of the debate, each candidate will get 2 minutes for closing statements. There is no...
Oh, hey, nice. We've got another member of the crack political team here. Callan Slayer. What's up? You have not missed much. I just started this. We're just in the intro portion at the moment.
Okay.
Say hi to the Kick Chat.
Hello.
This should be fun. Can you hear the let me know if you can hear the debate.
Video audience tonight. Pre-written notes.
I can hear it.
Okay, good.
Campaign staff.
But there's no debating right now.
Oh no, not yet. This is just the intro portion.
Both candidates and their campaigns agreed to accept these rules.
Now, please welcome the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Folks, how are you?
It's so weird. Like, who is he talking to? Folks, how are you? Like, two people there.
And please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's just so weird without like an audience clapping or something in the beginning.
And please welcome Robert Kennedy Jr.
Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate.
There we go. Well, he's got applause.
Oh. I see what they did there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Since he took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president, what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out a position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. Price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. That we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination, what I was left with in corporate greed, is the reason why we're in this problem right now.
Wait. Why isn't he doing those things now then if he's president? Like for some of those policies, you know? He's like, "Oh, we're going to get people jobs and cap prices." Like he's he's the president now. Like I don't know what his proposal is, you know?
Fair. Also, have you ever heard? Do you know about any giant corporations that control the rent of America?
Yes, there is one actually. I forget what it's called, but it uses like an algorithm. It's not RealPage, is it? I think it's YieldStar. YieldStar is what it is. I need to actually do a video about this, but YieldStar is doing price fixing in some regions of America and I think they're getting sued for that too. So that is something to consider.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I don't. With like the unemployment, I wish I had the numbers with me. I don't know that unemployment peaked, like COVID era unemployment peaked under Trump, because COVID-19 came in like 2019. So most of that was under Joe Biden's leadership, to be fair. To me, it just doesn't seem accurate to say. Now, I could be wrong, right? But it doesn't seem accurate to say that, like, oh, unemployment soared under Donald Trump when, like, what did Joe Biden do anything to decrease unemployment? I mean, stimulus checks do the opposite. so, which both Trump and Biden did.
Yeah, I will say that. So COVID-19 first popped up in China 2019, hence the name COVID-19.
Yeah.
But it first made landfall U.S. in Washington State early 2020, like January that time. We were all kind of distracted at the time because Kobe Bryant died at the same time.
Right. It's like, what do we care about a massive virus with a 1% death rate? Like, Kobe Bryant died.
Yeah, you could say it's conspiracy. No, I'm kidding. That's not I'm kidding. That's not conspiracy at all. We know what happened with that. But COVID shut down everything pretty much March 2020. You remember when the lockdowns happened and whatnot, and
very vividly.
I would say that probably unemployment peaked in the summer after that, after the lockdown, a lot of restaurants had to close and fire their employees and stuff.
True.
Trump was still president until January 2021. So I don't know if employment reached 15%. I wouldn't be surprised if it got close to that. Trump was technically president. I don't think he could have done much though because of the lockdowns.
Yeah, I mean, and I'll always ding President Trump for this, and I know this is probably a hot take, a very unpopular opinion, but I don't think that Trump should have ever signed off on these stimulus checks. I think the stimulus checks are probably one of the biggest reasons why we actually had the shutdowns, because, I mean, let's be honest, if people didn't have money to like pay for stuff, I think that would actually depress like the cost of things. And also it would de-incentivize states from saying, hey, you are banned from going to work, because if you could stay home and collect checks from the government, then, the government's going to be like, hey, well, I mean, this person can make the same amount of money staying at home as they can working. So telling them to stay home is not harming them. Versus if the government is not going to bail out the decision to stay home or a lockdown procedure, then you are basically cornering states into the uncomfortable position of saying you must stay home and be impoverished with no money to pay for food on the table or gas in the tank. So that's like one of the major things that's one of the major reasons why I don't like Trump stimulus checks, but also the fact that it was a major catalyst for the inflation situation that we are seeing today. Because you can't just print like trillions and trillions of money and give it to American citizens to stay at home and expect there to be like no inflation.
Yeah, that's a very fair point, honestly. So I will say I benefited from all of the stimulus checks because I was a poor little boy from a little poor not from a poor family, but I was just a poor little boy.
Right.
According to the Bohemian Rhapsody, but
right.
So I benefited from them, but at the same time, you are absolutely right that the government giving out billions of dollars at the very least and stimulus checks was probably a catalyst for inflation. Although Biden certainly didn't help it because he also did stimulus checks.
Yeah, I mean, and not only did he do stimulus checks, but he messed with oil production, canceling the Keystone Pipeline and other stuff. And that rose the prices of gas. And then the increasing price of gas, inflated other prices. But I mean, it wasn't that he created the bad inflation situation that we're in. It's that he took a bad thing and made it worse. So Trump still should get the blame for causing the problem, in my opinion.
In addition,
moving on.
Yeah, a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos. Literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200.
I mean, those are the Trump era policies, I think, that he repealed and then brought back 2 months ago.
Year.
But okay.
In a situation make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price of around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. President Trump?
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID, and when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates that was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce-back jobs, a bounce back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you. President Biden?
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world. He's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he's the greatest economy in the world. And,
that's not what he said.
Know, the fact of the matter is that we find ourselves in a
greatest economy in the
situation
history of
where
the country.
His economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military, you know, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still found ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
What? Wait, no. I'm pretty sure that some troops died overseas. Did some troops die in the whole Afghanistan thing?
Okay, there's quite a few things.
Look at Trump's face.
Oh, that face is priceless. That's a great stop moment right there. But okay, let's unpack. I got a few things to pick here. So, first, let's address the no troops dying under his presidency. That's a total lie, because we know this because in August 2021, America pulled out of Afghanistan, and they did such a bad job that the Taliban easily swept in and took over the country, completely undoing 20 plus years of work that we had put into the country and all the people that we sacrificed to keep Afghanistan safe ended up falling apart. Not to mention we gave the Taliban a lot of equipment and whatnot. And
True.
I am pretty sure.
Yeah, basically we just left it lying around.
Yeah, and on top of that, I believe at least 12 different people, including 12 Americans, were killed because there was an attack on the airport while people were being evacuated. So there are people, and that's just Afghanistan. Where, like, if Biden had sent, I don't know if, like, the government has kind of sent like emergency troop people to Israel, maybe Ukraine. I'm not sure on that, but
near Israel, yes. I'm not sure about Ukraine. I think American volunteers have gone to Ukraine, but I don't know that we've officially sent troops there, but I could be wrong.
I don't think we have, but I don't think I've heard about many Americans or any Americans soldiers dying in Israel, but I think I know we have I think we have a few American civilians that were captured by Hamas.
We do.
And a few of them might have died, but I'm not sure. But he is lying. Afghanistan alone should prove that was a lie.
Yeah. This wasn't a great answer, and I don't know what was going on with like his his like Biden's throat here too. Like, I don't know, it sounds like it's like fluid in his lungs or something, and his breathing is super shallow. Like that doesn't sound good to me.
That doesn't sound good. Now, one other thing I want to point out is when he was countering Trump, Biden said that this was not the greatest economy in the world.
Right.
He might have like Trump said that we had the greatest economy in U.S. history, which that itself is a debatable claim. Now, in our time, it was a great economy, but what's not to say that the economy of like Abraham Lincoln was good, or the economy of Grover Cleveland back in the 1800s?
Generally, like, I think there were statistics that go that far back. It was true that for the first half of Trump's presidency, that like the economy was extremely impressive, and there were lots of efforts in the mainstream media and stuff to try and sort of distance the role that Trump had in spurring on production in America. But you look at like stuff like low unemployment rates, especially among like Black Americans, and just like various metrics, and indicators of the American economy. America was in an extremely good shape, probably better shape than we've seen in the past 20 years at least, if not longer, in the first half of Trump's presidency. So, like, I can understand why someone like Trump would make that claim. Now, is it the best economy in American history? I'm not sure, but I think that we've probably done more. It's possible that we've done more production and more exporting in that time frame than we have in a long, long time. So while Trump might be exaggerating, he would be right to say that the economy was white hot ahead of COVID-19.
That is fair. That's fair. I would probably say that I would compare his economy to probably like what the Roaring '20s was like before the Depression, because that was a strong economy then. Now,
it's funny how these strong economies perceive like calamity.
I know, it's kind of like I don't know. Could make a remark about that, but yeah, I do want to know if Biden says that that wasn't the greatest economy, what his idea of the greatest economy, and does he think that it's outside? Does he think that there's another country that has a better economy?
I think historically, China has always been the greatest economy because they export so much to so many other countries. So, I mean, technically, it would be most accurate probably to say that China has the strongest economy, and America being number 2, because I don't think that we export on the scale that China does. We import tons of stuff from China. So, yeah.
Yes.
I want to follow up if I can.
Mr. Kennedy, the question was, people feel worse off because of inflation.
Yeah, and I want to thank everybody for being here and for this. Thank you, John. I also want to thank Elon Musk for live streaming this on X. CNN made some statements suggesting that might be, that he may get sued for that, and I'm very, very grateful for the courage that he's shown to protect freedom of speech in this country. I want to just orient us a little bit about why we're here tonight. And I don't want to make it sound like I'm complaining, because this isn't a personal issue. This is something that should be very troubling for our country. What happened with this debate? My uncle gave the first televised debate in 1960. Ever since then, the debate has been run by nonpartisan organizations, the League of Women Voters till 1988, and then the debating commission thereafter. And this is the first time that a private corporation owns the debate. And it's troubling because CNN is making tens of millions of dollars from this debate. And so they have an incentive to go ahead and collude with the 2 presidential candidates whose main purpose was to keep me off the stage. And again, this isn't a personal issue. This is something that's important for our democracy, because Americans feel like the system is rigged. And this is this collusion with a corporation or profit corporation that both those campaigns are going to be pumping in tens or hundreds of millions of dollars in advertising. Oh, it's all a big payoff. This is exactly the kind of merger of state and corporate power that I'm running in order to oppose. And Americans believe that the system is rigged against them because it is. And this is an example of how badly rigged it is.
Mr. Kennedy.
So stuff like this, and I'm guessing that the moderator is going to get him back on track here because he's not answering the question at hand, which wasn't even a question, by the way. But stuff like this is like why I don't like RFK, because this seems just like the embittered words of a man who is mad that certain people are getting rich. Whether or not this debate was run by CNN, RFK probably would have been left off of the debate floor. Actually, he probably had a higher chance of being allowed in the debate with CNN in charge of everything than that nonpartisan commission on presidential debates. Because when was the last time a third-party candidate was allowed to be on one of those general election debates? I can't think of a single instance in which that happened. So for him to blame CNN for this, when generally, like, barely anyone knows who RFK Jr. is. Most people I speak to about RFK Jr., they are writing him off. They're not considering him seriously, even though I'm saying, like, hey, if you don't like Joe Biden or Donald Trump, vote for this guy. He's the perfect protest vote, even though I think he's kind of a crackpot. Like, I think that he should really, I mean, it's not bad that he's saying a little bit of something about this. And very clearly, I did a video about this last week. Very clearly, RFK feels strongly about how the negotiations for him being allowed in the debate went down, even to the point of suing CNN. I believe. I think his campaign is still suing CNN. But honestly, like, say a little bit about this and move on. He spent more than half of his allotted time speaking about this when he should have answered the question. And maybe because that nonpartisan commission is no longer in place, maybe after how this debate went, he can go and do a one-on-one debate with Donald Trump on like Newsmax or News Nation or Fox News or something. Or maybe he can do a debate with Joe Biden or do a debate with other third-party candidates. The nice thing about that nonpartisan committee basically no longer being relevant is that there is more flexibility now for presidential candidates to do fun things like that, or even for RFK Jr. to do something like this. So I think his complaints are a little bit unfounded there. What do you think?
That is fair. Now, I will say, this is off topic, but this is a little off topic, but I have noticed that his voice is also very throaty tonight. I don't know
this is why you don't drink bleach. No, I think he has some sort of like a medical condition or like a defect or something, which has caused his voice to sound like that. His voice has sounded like that throughout his entire campaign. I don't know how long it's been like that. People get very mad when you point out how hard it is to listen to, but I mean, it's not the most listenable voice in the world. Now, to be fair, somehow it's easier to understand what he's saying than Joe Biden, but that's a low bar.
Yeah. So if it's a medical condition, then I can forgive him for that because there's nothing you can do in that case.
Yeah, I mean, you don't make fun of it, but it's
Biden,
not bad to point out.
It sounds like Biden could actually be sick, and we don't know it.
Yeah, I think he's sick. Halfway through the debate, I heard the press was told by his members of his campaign that he's had a cold for some weeks, but I think they're lying. I think there's a bit more than that going on there. But let's go back to the debate.
We're following the rules here. Your 2 minutes
You
are
can do
up.
whatever you want with the minute that we
It's your
give you.
show. You should get an introduction.
I got to follow up.
We're going back to the debate.
I got to follow up, right?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do
Not
whatever you want.
according to the person in my ear here.
Man,
Coming into the U.S.
he's fumbling this
How
quickly.
will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cost countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down, and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. No, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. and then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing, and they don't know what they were doing. It was the worst, probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years...
Why does Biden look so confused?
I don't know.
He says the question was prices are higher because of Trump's 10% tariffs.
And this is another example of why this debate is a problem, because these two men are the people who ran up the deficit that is causing the inflation. President Trump came into office promising to balance the budget. Instead, he spent more money in office than every president in United States history combined, from George Washington to George W. Bush, 283 years of history. President Biden will beat him. He's already run up $6.3 trillion in debt, and by the time he leaves office, he'll have run up more than President Trump. That's why we have inflation. Inflation is caused because they're printing money to pay for these expenses that we don't have, and that money is then a tax on the poor. That's why we have a 22% hike in home insurance. That's why we have $4 milk, $4 bread, $6 gasoline. It's because of the forever wars and the out-of-control spending by these two gentlemen. We have a $34 trillion debt now. The interest alone on that debt is costing us more than our military budget. Within 5 years,
wow.
50 cents out of every dollar
That's
we collect
insane.
in taxes
What?
will go to servicing the debt. Within 10 years, 100%. This is existential.
That's insane.
This is one
That's
of the
crazy.
problems that neither of these two will talk about. This is the reason that they need me on stage, because I would confront them with what they did. They were the ones who ran up half of this deficit is attributable to those two men, and that's what's causing inflation. We'll never deal with inflation if we don't deal with the money printing problem, and neither of them are going to do it.
That's true. I'm on him on this issue. I like
Back to the debate.
Under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts.
That's a
spurred
biased
the greatest
question.
economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID, and even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine.
That's
and he
true.
did a very poor job, just a very poor job.
That is actually very true.
There, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent, all of the things he's done. We've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. the damage he's done to our country. And I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
Ooh, that was an interesting answer. What did you think about that?
So let's see. So let's first, what do we want to tackle here first? I think first let's hit on I think the economic stuff's pretty fair for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
As far as, let me see, I'm trying to remember what y'all said from the.
I think he hit on taxes for corporations. He hit on oil production. He hit on immigration, like a lot of broad things that affect the economy in some real ways.
Yeah, so one of the things that, so I know when Trump said that millions of people from prisons, mental institutions and stuff, I know what he meant by that.
Yeah, what was he talking about there? Because I didn't know what he meant.
So what he's talking about, what he used is a generalization. So he made an overgeneralization that will be in the wrong context. That could be mistaken as him calling everyone who's migrated into the country illegally as awful people. Now, if you so if you're migrating into America illegally, technically you are a criminal because you broke our national law. But
of course.
But I'll put that aside for just a second here. What he's referring to is more of I think what he's referencing there is more of the fact that among these millions of immigrants, we've had people that have later been arrested for trafficking or abuse, and we've even had some shooters people that have turned out to be illegals emerge as well. So
wait, when was it? I didn't hear about any. Oh, you're talking about like drive-by shootings, things like that, not like mass school shootings.
Yes, referring more to the smaller scale things.
Yeah, Lake and Riley, those types of incidents.
Yes. And I think he's taking that and generalizing it to make the point that, well, millions of people flooding in is bad. And yes, It's a bad thing that all these people are coming in, especially if they're coming in without much background check as to who they actually are.
Yeah.
I think there's even been report that some ISIS people have been sneaking in as well.
Oh yeah, they were found across like 5 or 6 different American states, which was bonkers.
Yeah, so that's what he's meaning by that.
Yeah. One thing I didn't like about this answer from Trump was that it was overly broad. He was like, oh, you're going to have something that like no nation has ever had. Like, I agree with you, but maybe be a little bit more specific. Like, say like we were about to build in this massive pipeline that was going to export untold amounts of oil that would finally have us rival like Russia in Iran in like oil extraction and exportation. Like say stuff like that that's more specific, because a lot of people who don't like Trump, when he speaks in generalities like that, they kind of write him off and say, oh, he's just lying, and they just like write him off as a fool, when what he's saying is technically true, but it's hard to fact check because he's being so broad. Like to say it's like we're gonna have something that no other country has had is like, what do you even mean by that?
What do we have? What do we have? What do we have that no other country has besides freedom?
No, he was gonna say we were going to have something that no other countries have had when he was talking about like energy production and the ability to export with like, you know, like the gold underneath our feet. He was talking about the Keystone Pipeline, using that to unlock the treasures beneath the ground that is like our the oil that we have that is just being left there, by the way, because there are certain people who don't like Americans using oil. So
Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24% or 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt, be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our health care system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. With dealing with everything we have to do with.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no!
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
What? It was cool. I actually appreciated I like that Trump didn't mock him there. Like it looked like he was like, "Are you okay? Like, are you all right?"
Okay. So when he said trillionaires, when he made the mistake of trillionaire for billionaire, I understood that first one I actually understood what he meant by that, because we don't have any trillionaires in the world. Like there's no trillionaires in existence. We have billionaires. Like we have we don't
have a single trillionaire?
No, we do not. The richest person I think is.
That's a shame. We got to work on that, boy. Get those numbers up.
If you want to donate money to Elon Musk, then yes.
Yes, I'm sure the pocket change will help.
I'm sure you're too. It's just like when they ask you at the DMV if you want to donate $2 to the presidential campaign fund. Right. What is that gonna do? There's people out there. I'm pretty sure Hollywood executives or Hollywood actors are giving Biden millions of dollars through 600,000 payments already.
Right. Yeah.
Technically, there is the campaign contribution limit of $5,000, but the rules on that are so probably vague that and easy to loophole through that people could probably donate whatever they want as long as they follow the loopholes. Same with the tax code. Biden complains that the billionaires don't pay enough, but the tax code as it's written is so confusing right now.
Yeah.
That the billionaires hire people who specialize in finding these loopholes in the tax code that let them pay less. So if he really wants to make changes, maybe he should just rewrite the tax code.
Yeah, that would be smart. Because it's so complex right now, it's a little bit preposterous. But one thing about this response, this echoed Biden's previous response too. He was like, "We're gonna make it cheaper for parents to have childcare and stuff." But how? He's making all these promises, but he's not talking about how we're gonna get from here to there. We're going to cross the chasm and get to the other cliff on the other side of the ravine. Well, how? Are we going to build a bridge? Are you going to buy a plane? What are we going to do here exactly? There's probably, I'm guessing, some sort of bill that there's some sort of proposal for that he's like, if you put this on my desk, I will sign it. But that, again, is extremely different than saying, hey, I am going to lower childcare costs if you vote for me for president again. After these past 4 years, we've had time to do that, and I haven't done a thing on that.
I don't think he's lowered childcare costs. At this point, we could probably say with inflation, he's raised it because the cost of feeding their child and providing diapers. The most expensive thing about childcare is child.
Yeah, diapers are expensive. But childcare is pretty expensive though. Childcare is more expensive than raising the kid by yourself.
That's actually true. That is feeding the child and providing for the child can be expensive, but the child, it's not the child's fault that it requires food and diapers and stuff.
Yeah.
The child care, that's more of the parents wanting to. We'd be able to wipe out his debt.
Sorry.
Dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden.
Wait, if we finally beat
Medicaid, beat it to
if we
death,
finally
and he's
beat Medicare,
He said you're right. We should beat it to death.
wait, hold on. What? I
Hold on,
need to
wait.
hear this now. I
Social
need to hear
Security.
this.
He will wipe out Social Security. So
Dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare,
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people, they cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Mr. Kennedy, to give you the same question, before they veered off, the question was taxes. Trump says lower taxes, more stimulus. Biden says higher taxes, more money comes.
Thank you, President.
Well, President Trump is, I think, right. He did have a strong economy, but anybody can have a strong economy by borrowing $8 trillion because you're forcing our children to pay for our present-day prosperity with this enormous debt, which ultimately is paid by the poor, by people with fixed incomes. I want to address the area that they veered into, which is COVID management. This is another illustration about why this is so problematical, because these two presidents shut down every business in our country. 3.3 million businesses with no due process, no just compensation. They have 41% of the black-owned businesses that they closed will never reopen. There was no scientific reason to do this. There was no public hearings. They made a bad mistake, and that was the worst financial mistake in American history. They shifted $4.3 trillion upward to this new oligarchy of billionaires that he was talking about. They created a billionaire a day in 500 days. And one of the problems is that CNN was their biggest cheerleader. Oh,
Sure.
And the same company, BlackRock, the same company, the biggest shareholders, the company that owns CNN, are BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard. Those are the same companies that own Pfizer. Pfizer's the biggest advertiser. So they were all in cahoots in telling us what we needed to do, and we ended up having the worst record of a body count of any country in the world. We had 16%.
Wait. Is that per capita though? I don't think we were ever the worst per capita.
So I would say that it's a little bit too much to say that we were the most we had the highest amount of deaths in the country. Because
like national. You mean highest deaths in the world?
Highest number of deaths in the world. Yeah. I don't think America could have been in the top 10 just because we have so many people in this country, but
true. Well, yeah.
I'd say that it's very possible that countries like India or in Africa, more people died there, just because, like in India and other places, it's just that the medical system isn't equipped as much to handle COVID in its more deadly form.
Yeah, I'm having trouble believing that America had the worst death counts. Like Australia had high death counts, I thought. And China also had high death counts. So I would have to see numbers adjusted for the population, which is what per capita numbers do. Before I just accept what RFK is saying here.
Yeah, the other thing, so here's another thing that we need to keep in mind is that how accurate is the death counts that they give us? Because there have been accusations. Now, this mostly comes from the more conspiratorial right.
Right, conspiratorial, yeah.
But the question is how many of the cases that were reported as COVID deaths are actually COVID-caused deaths? Now, COVID might have been a contributing factor in some of them, but I wouldn't be surprised if a few older people who were already sick died. COVID was just the final nail in the coffin, but maybe this guy had arthritis for 20 years before.
Yeah. I would posit that, probably half of the COVID deaths they had comorbidities. You had to look up the stats because I'm quite sure that it's not that hard actually to find the percentage of Americans who died of COVID with comorbidities versus without comorbidities. But comorbidities were a huge factor. Now, some of them were obesity, where it's not like something like that will kill you by itself, but other people were sick of other things. Some people died in motorcycle accidents and had COVID, and it was counted as a comorbidity. so the numbers there were even extremely wonky. But the thing is, even if you take that into account, the virus only had a 1% death rate. A 1% death rate, if that. So, RFK Jr. at the end of the day is right here when he talks about how CNN that were cheerleaders of this. They had they had total counts as if someone was trying to get a high score on something and let's see how high this number can go up. They had death tolls daily. They were hyping this up to make people as fearful as possible, probably out of greed because they wanted high ratings, but it also served as a way to put people into hysteria and support lockdowns that if people just looked at things more objectively, they probably would not have supported at the end of the day.
Yeah, we could blame CNN for the toilet paper shortage.
Oh yeah, well, that too.
Under these two presidents, we only have 4% of the world's population. Oh, I don't know why people are getting awards where they're all patting each other on the back. We literally, whatever we were doing was wrong. Because everybody else in the world did better than us.
CNN questions.
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives. Everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders.
Biden's face.
And what I did is
Biden's face is just
justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, and getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But You have to get elected also, and, because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. Because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
So, like, I agree with a lot of what he said there, but not all of it. And I think this answer exposes what he kind of exposed himself, I think, 2 or 3 months ago. And I did a video about this at the time, where he's not actually pro-life. He's not actually pro-life. He doesn't really have any pro-life principles. And actually, they're kind of admitted to grifting for pro-life votes, because he was like, well, you have to get elected also.
Yeah, that was the fact that he said that gives me the impression that he actually. So what he's saying. Mm-hmm. So we'll start with what I agree with. I do agree that the issue of abortion is a state matter. The Constitution of the United States doesn't give the federal government any responsibility in that regard. Now, granted, the founding fathers never even considered the idea to be even a legal issue back in the day, because back then the background was very much, even if you weren't Christian, but there were a lot of people that had that background of Christian, whether Protestant or Catholic, and it was probably a scandalous and unbelievable thing to think about aborting a child at the time.
Yeah, and they didn't even. I don't even know if they had abortion when the Constitution was written up. All they had were coat hangers. So, like, of course,
did you just coat hanger?
Yes. Like,
no.
So it makes sense that like it wouldn't be in the Constitution, but I actually disagree. I think that this is the type of thing that really should be laid forth at the federal level, right? It should be either like allowed or disallowed, right? Like there should be some sort of regulation around it, but I think it shouldn't have been in the hands of the Supreme Court. Now, what Trump is referring to here is that the Roe versus Wade ruling itself legally was extremely flawed. And he's right about that. But that doesn't mean that this issue should be left to the states. A legal scholar would tell you it should be left to the states. But someone who is truly pro-life would say being in Mississippi does not make you more human than being in California. So, like, you should, it doesn't matter which state you're in. If you are an unborn baby, you have the right to live. And, you know, your proximity or location or your age or your ability and mental faculties or physical faculties do not dictate whether or not it is okay to kill you. That's what a true pro-life person would have said. Not, oh, well, if your father committed a harmful, violent act against your mother to conceive you, then murdering you was okay. Or like, oh, well, if your parents are too closely related, then it's fine to have you killed off. Like, no true pro-lifer would have espoused those notions.
I don't agree with that part at all either. Like, if there's going to be a ban on abortion, it's got to be outright, because you can't. The minute you make an exception is when you get the slippery slope of legalizing it more and more. And I think that's like the big thing that pro-life Republic. So that's what a lot of the pro-life politics has failed to realize, is that unless you go all out and get a total ban, you are not going to win the fight, because you give a little leeway to your enemy and he'll just knock you off your feet anyway. This is what this happened. I wouldn't be surprised if this is what happened in Ohio and Kansas. Like they conceded a little ground and the enemy's like, oh, you don't care about this? Well, we'll just throw all this in there.
Well, it's not that, but I think a lot of pro-lifers, they sort of saw the Roe versus Wade ruling and they just kind of like gave up. And they were like, oh, well, we did what we came here to do. Like, no, now we have to have a federal referendum on what is and isn't legal when it comes to the realm of abortion. And a lot of Republicans weren't even thinking about having that conversation, much less were they ready for it. And so we'll see. And I think Trump also makes a good point here where he talks about how unpopular third-term abortions are and how extreme certain Democrats have been. Not all Democrats, but certain Democrats have been. Because he's right that there have been people who've called for, killing babies as soon as they're born. So, and if Republicans don't do that, that is an extremist position. Now, do most Democrats believe in that? No, I don't think so. That's why if you look at a lot of polls, third trimester abortions come up as being almost resoundingly condemned in popular opinion. And actually, there should be a federal law that says, hey, no abortions in the third trimester. I think that's extremely reasonable. Biased as I am as being a pro-lifer. But I do like that he touched on that, because a lot of people would say that Trump is the extremist on abortion. But here he's actually extremely moderate, saying that abortion is fine in certain cases, saying that mifepristone shouldn't be banned. And just kind of like along those lines, kind of just making himself seem like a very unprincipled person on this issue.
Yeah, I mean, as a pro-lifer, a true pro-lifer would not settle for an abortion at any trimester, any stage of pregnancy, any point, because especially a Christian pro-lifer would say that life begins at the conception based on what is said in the Psalms. But at the same, Trump's position is very in the middle, moderate, which can be good,
good for electability.
What it does for him is it gets him votes. He said that himself. He said that you need votes to win this election. That's just a cold open statement right there. They are like, okay.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided. Supported Roe. And that's this idea that they're all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor, and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states, let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that. But here's the deal: there's a lot of young women who are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters. It's just ridiculous.
Wait, what?
They do nothing about it, and they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
I'm so confused. Why did he trail off into talking about like migrant crime and murder, and then talking about incest again? That was like a weird jag. What was his point even with that?
I honestly can't tell you why exactly he did that. I'm not Biden's mind reader.
We gotta get Joe Biden on the line.
If I was, I probably would be pulling my hair out trying to figure out what all he's saying right now. But at the same, I think, his answer is a little confusing. Also, it is very unfortunate that there are many young women who do get raped or incested. I don't even know if incested is a word. My apologies.
That insinuates that something done to them, not something that is done. What's it called? Consensually.
Yeah, Now, it's one thing. If it's non-consensual, then it's really sad when that happens, and the people who do those sorts of crimes should be prosecuted to the extent of the law for those crimes and whatnot.
Right, and given the death penalty.
In the most severe cases, the death penalty and stuff. But at the same time,
there are levels to this. Like, what is the least severe rape? Like, what do you? Actually, no. Don't answer that question.
I am not answering that question. That's a valid point. I kind of misspoke a little bit without thinking about the ramifications of what I'm saying, but at the same, my point at the end of the day is that even like the baby inside the woman that is conceived as a result, it's not his or her fault that this happened.
Mm-hmm.
So why are they the ones paying with their lives for what happened?
Yeah, exactly.
Been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which frankly they didn't. But they would have. Everybody wanted it brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
I mean, he appointed three of the justices that voted on it.
Yeah.
So I can see where he takes some credit for that, but to say that I always have a little issue when Trump claims something that the Supreme Court does, because while he did appoint them, so he technically does get a little credit for that, but it's not 100% Trump who brought Roe v. Wade out. Like, there were other justices.
Well, it is kind of. It is, because you need Congress to confirm the justice, of course, but it is up to Trump, essentially, to decide who goes on to the Supreme Court. The people on the Supreme Court then, decide these key issues. So it does make sense, I think, for him to take some credit for getting Roe v. Wade overturned, because without Trump, you don't get that. With Joe Biden, let's say, or Hillary Clinton in charge and putting forth these Supreme Court justices, we don't see Roe v. Wade going away. So I think he does deserve credit for that.
Fair.
Roe v. Wade.
I've spent probably more energy protecting medical freedom than any other leader in this country, and bodily autonomy. So I think that abortion should be the choice of a woman, and that I worry about state involvement until the baby reaches viability. And I think the states have an increasing viability outside the womb. And I think the states have an increasing interest in protecting that child. My policy on abortion is called more choice, fewer abortions. And that's because 52% of the abortions in this country, the woman says that economic considerations played a key role in her decision. Every abortion is a tragedy. Many women don't want to have abortions. Over half of them have them because they do not believe that they can care for that child for financial reasons. I don't think that should happen in this country.
True.
I have a child care program. As I talked to you before, every dollar that we spend on weapons provides about 2 jobs. Every $1 million that we spend on weapons provides 2 jobs, creates 2 jobs. Every $1 million that we spend on child care creates 22 jobs. It's good for our economy. It's good for choice. It's good for limiting abortions, and that's what I'll do as president.
That is a I've never heard R.F. Kennedy. I had never heard his position on the issue, and he does make a very valid point that a lot of abortions do result as a fact of the person believing they can't take care of the child.
Mm-hmm.
So
and that's why a lot of pro-lifers focus on fixing the economy.
Fixing up the economy so that the ability to raise a child is there, feasibly, that's actually a very good point. That I'm not 100% sure what has happened with the pro-life movement since Roe v. Wade was overturned, but I feel like you're right that a lot of them had just given up the ball.
Mm-hmm.
They just stopped. They've been playing basketball for so many years, and then it enters the final stretch, and they just gave up. It's like entering the fourth quarter of a football game, and you're finally getting momentum against the enemy, and then you just decide, oh, they're too far ahead already, and just walk off the field and give up. Like, you don't see people doing that.
Yeah, well, it's like, I think they didn't have any end game. I think for a lot of people, well, they didn't have a long-term end game, like beyond getting Roe v. Wade overturned. They didn't stop to think that maybe more action was needed after that, which is kind of their problem. I do need to mention, by the way, to provide pushback against RFK Jr. on his pro-choice stance. Of course, terrible position to take, right? And I think, oh, hold on, wait, what in the world happened? Oh
no.
Man, I've got to seek again. Terrible position to take, and it's also not true. I think that like most women who get abortions don't want to have them. I think actually most abortions are done by people who've already had abortions. So
that's true. Yeah, because once you do one, then you can eat more. Once you do something once, it becomes easier to justify doing it again.
Right.
That's how the mental state of humans work. Is that if I decide to steal the first time you decide to steal a candy bar from a store, you get all sweaty and emotional and stuff because you've never done it before and you're scared and whatnot. And then if you do it and nothing happens, and then you're like, oh wait, this is actually not so bad, and then you just keep doing it. Eventually, what happens in an ideal world is that in an ideal world, you would never steal it in the first place, but the criminal that keeps stealing it would get caught and pay the fines or thrown in jail or whatnot.
Yeah, and I think one thing too is like you have to consider why these people are getting abortions. Like, is the economy a factor? Yes, but for some of these people, it's not the economy. It's just that they just don't want to have kids, but they don't want to use, I think, more like contraceptives instead of abortions. But hold on, let me see. I want to make sure that we seek right to the appropriate spot here.
The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided.
Okay, hold on. We did hear that.
I think the states have voted.
We were in the middle of R.F. Kennedy's part.
I was the one free legal scholar.
Yeah, he had already. I think he had finished his answer.
Women don't care. That's a job.
And he had left like 18 seconds on the
Same
table.
topic. 7 states
Yeah.
have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on
What is
how a
Biden's
woman
face
can
on this?
terminate a pregnancy?
It's like he smelled his own poop.
No. If that's it, Amar, you could have an emoji of disgust for this moment. I'm sure you already have a disgust emoji, but this would be...
Yeah. The thing is, there are too many moments where Biden makes faces like this, where I could be like, oh, we should make an emoji out of that. It's like...
For Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. Mm-hmm. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That is.
Let me look this up real quick, because I think this will probably be something quick, that'd be easy to fact check here. Post-birth abortions in the United States.
I would think that those are illegal for the most part, because once the infant is born, then the person would be alive under the legal status and of the law, and killing them would be infanticide.
Yeah, it's not legal anywhere. Let me look this up here. Yeah, WLRN did a fact check. It's an PBS and NPR outlet. Mm-hmm. It's not true. Now, there are some people who have come up in support of this, like Terry McAuliffe, which is what Trump is referencing. And there are proposals put forth to legalize such an abortion, but that does not mean that they've been put forth into law. So, yeah, I wanted to fact check that because that actually didn't sound right.
Yeah. It makes perfect sense that post-birth, killing the child is illegal.
Yeah.
President Biden, when he became president, ordered a stop on the construction of the wall. That's the problem.
Wait, what? Hold on, wait a second.
Wait, hold on a second. What?
That's the only terrorist. That's the
Wait, no, we skipped ahead. Hold on.
I was gonna say.
What he said either. Look.
Oh, that's what happened. We had skipped so far ahead. We were in immigration.
Period across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks. Something. Constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board, at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank
To give you the same question.
Wait, how does Biden veto a bill if he's not president?
If he is president, he can sign it. That's what he's saying. If you elect me, I'll veto the bill. If you elect Trump, then he will sign the bill.
Limit on a late-term abortion.
Yeah, I believe it should be limited. Late term should be limited. Absolutely, that's what was permitted under Roe v. Wade. That's what every European country has the same law, and that law makes sense. If that baby is fully viable outside of the womb, the state has an absolute interest in protecting it.
Short but sweet.
Short answer. I don't know if I like his answer, but...
A record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. Significantly, by the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. We found ourselves in a situation where when he was president,
I saw there was a fact check. That wasn't true.
Babies from the
I know it's not true.
The families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where There are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. All he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere. All over the world, they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president.
We'll say what he said it.
But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in
Thank you,
caravans.
President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed three, under his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person come in his administration, killed 3 American soldiers. Killed 3 American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there.
Wait, what?
Wait. Was he saying that 3 members of Al-Qaeda came into America and like assassinated American soldiers?
What is he referring to here? Because I don't remember this incident.
I don't know. This is crazy. Yeah, I don't know what that is.
And no terrorists ever got through. But the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating. He's lying.
Mr. Kennedy, what would you do about the border?
Well, I would say that on this one, President Trump is more right than President Biden. I think almost everything that President Biden said I know to be not to be true, including his claim that he was endorsed by the Border Patrol. And the border, there's been at least 7 million people who've come across the border, and they've come across principally, and this is without the gotaways, which are another 2 million. So those are the people who don't go through the gaps in the wall. President Biden, when he became president, ordered a stop on the construction of the wall. That's the problem. There are 27 gaps in the wall, and I stood in Yuma, Arizona between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. in the morning, and I watched 300 people come across, and I interviewed half of them. The first 110 came from West Africa. They're young men of military age. The second 110 were from Asia, from Azerbaijan, from Nepal, from Tibet, from Bangladesh. Most of them were from China. None of them, only 2 people the entire night that I interviewed had asylum claims. Only 2 people, and they were both from the only people from Latin America, from Colombia and Peru. I think what President Trump is saying, I don't know how many terrorists have come across. I know the Border Patrol is extremely worried about that. And what's happening is not sustainable. President Biden ordered the deconstruction of fences, the censoring systems were taken down. I can't tell you why. The long-distance cameras were taken down. The night lights were taken down. So there was some decision in the administration to open up the border, and then the 2 laws that were changed under President Biden, and this is the day that he came in, the catch and release law, and
Time is up. Sorry. Back to the CNN debate.
And you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world, and it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens.
Biden migrant crime, okay.
And you're reading it like these three incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast, because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all, and he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved. Choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half, because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people. All of these people to come in. And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have.
Yeah, this is a really good response. I think this is actually the best response that he's given. I think he gave the right amount of specificity. But one thing I think that's going to win people over with this answer is his passion. The majority of Americans now understand, basically, with pretty much every American state turning into a border state, with Texas and other states being like, there are too many illegal immigrants, we can't handle all these people, we're just going to send them over to other states. And people, after seeing some of this migrant violence, they're starting to realize, hey, yeah, this is a big problem, especially when we're seeing just like rando illegal immigrants like shooting people in the head and stuff. Like, it's getting to a point now where it's not an issue that Americans are ignoring anymore. And Donald Trump, with his answer, is doing a great job of selling the idea that he cares a lot about this. He's like, it's horrible. It's horrible. These are tragedies. Like, that's the type of language that needs to be put forth when anyone is talking about illegal immigration. Not, oh, you know what? We should kind of work on that issue. We should fix it. Because, look, not all illegal immigrants, not even most illegal immigrants, but enough illegal immigrants are coming into this country and being violent and killing citizens to where, like, this is awful. This is awful. And when a politician speaks on it, that person needs to convey that they also feel the same pain and discomfort that other American citizens are feeling when they hear about these stories, even if it's not happening to someone who's close to them. The politicians need to sell that they care. Otherwise, you're not really going to win people over, because you have to remember, with a lot of these debates, the casual viewers and casual observers don't really care about the actual issues at hand, or even if they do, they don't care about the substance. They care about, does this person seem like he's going to fight in a strong enough manner for these issues that I care about? Does he care about what I care about? Is what's affecting me, does that matter to him? Trump here, with his answer, is signaling very strongly that it does.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to make a little, when Trump said that, it was either Trump or The Question or somebody saying about the rat, that Trump, I think Trump called places a rat's nest where people were dying. People were dying in New York. Well,
I've been talking about New York because there are so many rats there, literal rat's nest.
Yes, I was about to make the joke that not only are people killing New Yorkers, the rats are killing the rats themselves are after New Yorkers.
I mean, maybe there are like 2 cases of the bubonic plague every year over there. Like...
The mic.
I don't know. Isn't there some crazy there's a crazy statistic out there that I don't know if it's true or not, that New Yorkers get hurt more people die from New Yorkers biting people than sharks attacks.
Oh, I would believe that. That's a very believable statistic. I mean, drug use among New Yorkers, I think, is a problem.
Okay, let's go.
A very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son is not a loser, he's not a sucker. You're the sucker, you're the loser.
President Trump?
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taking better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
Also, I will say that, like, Biden saying that Trump is like the sucker and the loser, like, it's so weird. I was thinking about this debate in hindsight today that, like, Joe Biden came in with all of the Trumpian attacks, and in general, Trump was very calm. It was so strange. It was almost like they swapped debate prep. And Joe Biden was like, okay, be all childish and insult the guy next to you instead of focusing on the substance. It was strange, bizarre. I don't think I've ever seen a performance by Joe Biden that went down like this.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, because you remember, I don't know how much you paid attention in 2016 when Trump was first running. I paid attention. Really went to town on people, attacking them and stuff, and I think he did more of it in 2020 with Biden and stuff too.
He didn't do that. He didn't do it as much. He was actually very calm and measured in those debates as well. I think that's part of why he lost, was because he was too soft on Biden in the debates. But you do make a good point that Trump's calling card is his aggressive nature. But I think one thing he recognized, I think it was true then, but it's way more true now, is that if you no one likes seeing a man with vigor and strength beating an old man to death with a stick. And that's kind of what, like, Trump being like his traditional aggressive self would have been in kind of sort of in those previous debates, but especially in this debate now, it just would have looked pretty bad. Just letting Joe Biden speak was bad enough for him.
4-star general standing to your side was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families, and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
What is he talking about? I would seriously like to know what he's talking about when he says the VA doing more for veterans than has ever been done in American history.
I cannot tell you.
I mean, I do know that the continuing, Like, therapist shortage has not gotten any better. I know that much, at least. I don't know about other aspects of veteran healthcare.
I don't know anything either, to be honest. So I'm not sure what he's talking about there.
Answered was, there are millions of undocumented immigrants in the country now. What would you do?
Well, I want to comment on their digressions. Because I think President Trump is right that there's a lot of bad people coming across. I think that's undisputed, and we're seeing rise in crime that are associated with the immigrants. But more importantly, there's just a sheer number of them. And I think a lot of the Democrats allowed this to happen out of a humanitarian impulse, out of the impulse of compassion. But when you're actually down there and talking to people, it's not a compassionate solution. The people that I talk to, many of them have been extorted, they've been exploited, they've been robbed, they've been raped. We have an immigration policy in this country that is now being run by the Sinaloa drug cartel. The Border Patrol takes, because they've been ordered not to do their job, they're, catch and release. They bring them to the Yuma airport, put them on a plane to any destination they want. This is true. It sounds like hyperbole, but it's not. And they pay their ticket. And then they get reimbursement from FEMA. It's insane. There's 110,000 immigrants now in New York, and President Trump's right. They're being put up at hotels. Many of them are on the street. They have a asylum court date 7 years in the future. They can't legally work. They're taken advantage of by predatory employers.
Yep.
We're paying them $6 or $8 an hour, and those employers are bidding against union shops. We're getting paid $35 or $50 an hour, and the union shops are losing the bid. They are camped out in Randall's Island on the playing fields where the children are supposed to be playing for sports. Those fields were closed during COVID. So these kids, wonderful New York City kids, or scholarship track, could not play their sport, and their lives were, and now the same thing's happening. They can't play their sport because there's immigrants.
Time is up here. Now, 3 candidates did not answer the question. Back to CNN.
I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its 3rd year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them.
I love our case reaction.
Based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, the president that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. They talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned. So he's got no love lost. But he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine, never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything. No money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
I mean,
what do you think about that answer there?
So, as far as first, I do think that it does make sense that Putin was maybe a little emboldened by the Afghanistan disaster to act.
Yeah.
To act out. I could see that happening with Putin doing that, but now at the same time, I would assume that Vladimir Putin's had his eye on Ukraine for far longer than that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We can't just assume that after Afghanistan, Putin's like, oh, I'm just gonna go invade Ukraine now.
Right.
But that's my new dream. No, he's had this dream for years. Like, we have to remember that. I think it's recorded fact that Putin did work as part of the KGB when it was still a thing in Russia back in the Soviet days.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So it's very possible that he still has that dream of motherland Russia controlling Eastern Europe in his mind.
Mm-hmm.
But that's with Russia, Ukraine. As far as Israel, as far as Trump deterring Hamas from attacking, sure, defunding Iran does a bit, but I am under the impression that Trump assumes too much. I think in this case, Trump assumes too much that he had the biggest role in it, because even though he may have took funding from Iran, the people in Hamas may have still, they would have still attacked Israel from time to time.
I don't know. I mean, they have been attacking Israel from time to time, but like, it's not a coincidence that October 7th was like around like 2 or so weeks after the United States decided to give Iran like a bunch of money. So the claims that Joe Biden's policies surrounding Iran as well as Israel had something to do with October 7th, they're not entirely unfounded. Now, does that mean that Biden is still blamed for October 7th? No. But Trump froze giving money to Iran because they were funding Hamas. And what do you expect when you start funding the terrorist organization Sugar Daddy again? Like, they're going to start wilding out and acting up. So, like, this should have been what we expected when we had that policy shift.
Much malarkey my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it recently, not when he was president. They attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want, do whatever you want.
Nope.
And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish, Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I
I'm
never
come back
said
to you
that.
for 1 minute. I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory in Ukraine?
No, they're not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking the money that we're spending on this war. And we shouldn't be spending. It should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled.
That's a bold promise.
It is a bold promise, but I will say Trump has had a remarkable track record of getting like foreign leaders to back down when it comes to like negotiating for like terrorists. No, negotiating in regards to escalations in violence and such. So like homie went over to North Korea like and was able to shake Kim Jong-un's hand. Like if you want someone to be speaking to foreign nations and trying to get them to calm down and come to peace, it's going to be this guy, right? By the way, like North Korea has been constantly antagonizing us very minorly with these minor incursions. China has done the same thing, right? We have like the Chinese spy balloon. So like this is a guy who has a strong track record of being able to deter foreign leaders from doing things that we don't want them to do. Like for example, like with China and Taiwan, I don't think that Taiwan was under as much oppression of China under Trump as they have been under Biden. So there's so many avenues internationally where America has a vested interest, or at least a wanton desire, to have there be peace and freedom for certain peoples that are being oppressed by world powers that are not aligned with America. That we've just seen those situations just deteriorate over the course of Joe Biden's presidency. And it's not out of the realm of possibility that Donald Trump could just have one or two conversations with them or make a few more unhinged tweets. And then all of a sudden these folks are shaping up because, oh, this big, bad, unstable dude might hit the button in the nuclear codes, which is what the media postures. And I think to a certain degree, a lot of foreign nations believe that, and that's to our benefit.
So...
Oh, sorry. Did you have something that you wanted to say?
No, you're good.
Oh, okay.
needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
President Biden, you have a minute.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, and by the way, all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
Mr. Kennedy, the original question, if anyone remembers it, is it was a good one. It's, you say you want to negotiate with Putin. What if Putin says, just let us keep the territory we have and don't have Ukraine join NATO? Acceptable?
That is Putin's, right now, his opening bargaining position. Putin has been asking to settle this war from the beginning. In fact, he agreed to 2 separate treaties, the Minsk Accords, in 2019, which Zelensky ran in 2019 and ran promising to sign the Minsk Accords. And really the only thing Putin wanted was to keep NATO out of the Ukraine. He then, in 2022, right after he first invaded with only 40,000 troops, when President Biden said there is absolute baloney, President Putin did not go into Ukraine intending to conquer Europe. He only sent 40,000 troops. It's a nation of 44 million people. He didn't even want to take Ukraine. He wanted us back at the negotiating table. Zelensky asked the United States to help him negotiate a treaty with Putin. And Biden administration said no. Zelensky then went and asked Israel, and Naftali Bennett, the former prime minister, said yes, and Erdogan in Turkey said yes, and they negotiated a beautiful treaty in Istanbul in April of 2022. They signed the treaty. The one thing that Putin wanted was that we didn't put NATO in Ukraine. He didn't want to conquer Europe. And they signed it. Putin was withdrawing his troops, leaving Donbass and Lugansk. And what happened? President Joe Biden sent Boris Johnson over to Kiev and forced Zelensky to tear up that agreement because they had another agenda
I didn't hear anything about this.
President Trump was part of it. President Trump gave the first $1.3 billion to Ukraine in 2017 of the first offensive weapons. He then sent Mike Pompeo over there in 2019 to say that we're going to put NATO there. So, and then he walked away from the intermediate range nuclear treaty with Russia unilaterally. We had a nuclear weapons treaty that we wouldn't put intermediate missiles in Ukraine or the other former Soviet satellite states. And President Trump walked away from it. So the two of them are equally culpable in the provocations that led to this war. And I'm not excusing Putin. Putin didn't need to go into Ukraine. And he should be held responsible too.
Good.
We need to look at our responsibility both on the backs of President Trump and President Biden.
Because it sounded like he was like apologizing for Putin, or like being a Putin apologist there. I'm glad that he did add that thing at the end where it's like, you know what, he actually shouldn't have gone into Ukraine, which was it's an obvious take, but I just wasn't quite sure where he was going with that.
Yeah,
so I don't know the veracity of his claims here about the ins and outs of how the Russia-Ukraine war has been going, and who formed what agreements and forced who to tear up what. So I can't really speak to that.
I'm not exactly sure what all happened. I'm not 100% sure, or I don't exactly recall remembering a lot of this treaty process stuff. So I'm not sure if his claims are accurate or not.
Hold on, I'm gonna get a Pepsi. I'll be right back.
Yep. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick.
Ooh. All right. Hold on. Let me see here. Okay, now I can hear you. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just like, I'm starting to get a little tired. All right. Sorry.
All right.
Where'd you go?
I went to grab a drink too. You have a Pepsi, I have a Mountain Dew.
Oh, how Midwest of you. But yes, what did you think of his response here?
I'd say that his response is pretty. I think it was a decent response. I mean, so I don't know how. Like I said before, I don't know how accurate his claims of like Ukraine and the treaty process is stuff.
Right.
At this point, so the war has been going on for almost 2.5 years now, and so my memory's a little fuzzier on the. Other than like the initial shock and impact of Russia actually doing what it did, I don't have too many great recollection. Now, what I do know is that the war has kind of devolved into more of a sluggish, stalemated thing where like Russia launched its offensive.
Yeah.
And then got beaten back. They got pushed back once Ukraine rallied. And then Ukraine tried to launch a counterattack that Russia launches an attack, they get pushed back, and then 2023 Ukraine tried to launch a counteroffensive that would drive Russia completely out, and they didn't succeed. Now both sides are kind of stalemated. I do believe another thing we need to note in this case is that the Donbass region of Ukraine has been in a state of war for longer than 2 years. It's actually been in a state of war since 2014 because that's when Russia annexed Crimea.
True.
Under Putin. Obama was president under that in that time, and Russia took Crimea and annexed it and still holds control of it to this day. And there's been infighting between Russian-funded groups and Ukrainians in Donbass. Like, there was a big plane crash caused by a Russian missile back then as well that caused a big problem.
Yeah, right, with Prigozhin, I think, right? With the Wagner group? Or am I thinking of something else?
There were 2014 had a couple big airplane crashes.
2014, yeah. That's a different thing.
Yeah,
yeah, I think for the alarmists saying that that Putin is going to go and capture even more after he gets Ukraine, I think it's not. I don't think that he's going to try to do that because he underestimated how difficult it would be to take over Ukraine. I think after how hard this has been, he's not going to be chopping at the bit to try and bite even more when he's barely chewed what he's already grabbed onto his dinner plate for like the past 2 years.
Yes, and so another thing. So one thing I have noted, Finland, which recently joined NATO, they reported that Russia had moved its troops from their border.
Oh.
Which is an interesting development that could indicate that something could maybe Putin's removing some troops down to Ukraine to prepare a defense. I don't know. Maybe he could launch. I do know that it's been stalemate. It's a very long stalemate. Now the other thing is that I'm not sure where Russia and Ukraine are strength-wise, because the war has taken a toll on both of them.
Right.
Just from a population standpoint, Russia has a bigger population, and thus, in terms of population, Russia could theoretically raise more military than Ukraine can.
Probably. But to be fair, Ukraine also has, I think, NATO allies. So even though they're not a part of NATO. So I mean, I guess Russia could get the help of China if they wanted to, but I don't know if they want to drag things out to a world war.
So the most recent development I saw on the Ukraine front is that Russia and North Korea made a stronger pact together. Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if that leads to imminent actions. You know, is North Korea going to send troops over to Ukraine? Like, I don't think so. But I think it was more of a thing where, if either of us are attacked, we will help each other. I think is the gist of what I got from that agreement. Does that sound right to you?
Yes. Also, North Korea has been sending weapons over to Russia for a while now, so that's probably part of it. Mm. North Korea has been funneling weapons to Russia for their war effort.
Yeah.
Maybe part of that is out of spite to the United States, because the United States has been funding Ukraine with weapons.
I think it's probably more so just to form an alliance, because the world powers that are against the United States need to band together, because as things escalate, we're getting closer and closer to a world war, and you need to know who's going to be on your team before that war starts. So it's very smart of American enemies to sort of group together and join forces and make these pacts, even if, am I looking forward to America fighting a war with Russia, China, and North Korea? No, I'm not. But just from a strategy standpoint, it makes sense and it's good. But let's get back to the debate, because we still have quite a ways to go here. Mm-hmm.
Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict.
Sorry, I don't like cutting in so quickly, but I don't like saying Israel's response to this as kind of caused this such and such. No, Hamas. Hamas has they waged a war. Hamas waged a war. When someone declares war on you, it's not about how you respond to that war, right? Mm-hmm. Because you have a duty to participate in it, unless you're just going to fall down over and die, which is not, I think, the most ethical way to go about being threatened with war. So I think it's probably more accurate to say that that Hamas has caused the humanitarian crisis there by creating the war. Now, has there been a humanitarian crisis there already?
Yes.
I think, yeah, that can be debated. I'm not going to pretend to know the ins and outs, but That's a lot different than saying Israel's to blame for the situation right now, because they're not. It's Hamas.
Yeah, I don't like the way she's phrasing the question is very much a slant that could be slightly pro-Hamas, which is a stance that it has been absolutely mind-boggling to see how many people are actually throwing their weight behind Hamas in this. Now, granted, a lot of these people are ignorant college students that probably spend half their days on weed or something, but
yeah.
But to see legitimate politicians and stuff supporting Hamas, a terrorist or known terrorist organization, is kind of mind-boggling.
Yeah.
So that I think a little bit of that propaganda is seeping into the question here, but also Biden is definitely a mixed bag when it comes to this, because he definitely has a sketchy track record when it comes to whether he supports Hamas or Israel or not.
Yeah, that is a fair point.
So far, Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war?
What is with Biden's face?
Everyone from the
Hope we stuck in another dimension.
Security Council, straight through to the G7, to the Israelis, and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward. Which has three stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas, number one. They're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened? In Israel, we're finding that the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world.
Okay. Okay. I know what incident he's talking about.
Wait. Can you explain the incident? Because I don't understand what incident he's talking about.
Okay, so this was a little while. I don't know how long ago this was. This is probably like a month or two ago, or 2 months ago. But so where the Israel-Hamas war currently stands is that Israel is doing operations in Rafah, which is the last major stronghold of Hamas has in Gaza.
True.
It's on the southern. It's actually, I think it's literally on the southern border of Gaza with Egypt. So there's a lot of one reason why many people have condemned Israel for operating there is because so many, like all the civilians, when they were fleeing Gaza, fled from the north to the south.
Right.
The only problem is when they did that, Rafah is like the last major city they can go into, because Egypt's not just going to let their borders get overrun.
Yeah.
By people. Also, the Egyptian Sinai Peninsula is a desert, so people can't really survive out there.
Yeah.
That well. But
yeah.
That's beside the point. What Biden's referring to when he said that they saved Israel is, so there was a point where Iran and Israel, things had escalated a bit, and Iran actually launched missile attacks on Israel, and British and U.S. forces with Israel shot down 99.9% of their missiles. And Israel, in retaliation, I think, assassinated one of Iran's. I think they attacked an Iranian base in Iraq. So.
Oh, I see. I forgot about all of that. Okay, that makes more sense. I didn't know if he was just shooting from the hip and just saying random stuff or not.
No, he's basing it off a thing that actually happened, but I think he's taking way too much credit for saying that he saved Israel. That's a little bit too much.
Maybe. I mean,
America's
it
done
is
a lot for
America.
Israel.
Yeah, it is America. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you have a point there.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward. Which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas, number one. They're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened? In Israel, we're finding that the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And so they're 2 different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas.
Oh, wait, hold on a second.
They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among population centers.
Huh? Hold on a second.
You can't assassinate a terrorist organization, okay? You can't kill Hamas in the same way that Obama had Osama bin Laden killed. Like, this just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That is
So,
it's a terrible analogy.
It's a bad analogy. It would be one thing to assassinate the leaders of Hamas.
Right.
Which one of the biggest issues we have is that the leaders of Hamas actually aren't the big leaders of Hamas actually don't live in Gaza. They live in Qatar and other countries.
Egypt, right.
They live in Qatar is like a lot of the Hamas senior leaders live in Qatar, which is happily willing to let them live there.
Yeah.
And like, we could feel, I don't know what, I mean, Osama bin Laden didn't live in Afghanistan. He lived in Pakistan, but the U.S. Navy SEALs dropped in and killed him anyway. But so it's not out of the possibility for us to take out Hamas senior leaders. But then again, we are not directly at war with Hamas, and doing an act like that would put us directly at war with them. If we, I don't know if that's something the administration wants to do necessarily.
I hope not.
Now, I will say that, so as far as this proposal that Biden put forward, I am actually not sure if Israel is actually on board with it. There is, obviously, Israel's politicians themselves are having a lot of debate on how they want to conduct this war, because there are warmongers. Obviously, there are war-hungry people that want to take out all of Israel's terrorist enemies.
Right.
And then there's other people that are like, okay, Hamas invaded us, so we have every right to take them out, but we maybe we don't need to take out people that aren't actually actively hurting us.
Yeah. One thing I noticed is that Biden, kind of like with a lot of his other answers here, was very, very vague and thin on the details for how, like what he would do to address these problems. So like right here, the question is, what additional leverage will Biden use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? Joe Biden's answer was basically, we're going to keep giving Israel weapons and we're going to talk to people internationally. That's no additional leverage. So I come away with this like thinking that he has no plan to help this war end, except for keep on doing the status quo, which hasn't gotten the war to end so far, though, to be fair. I think Israel's relatively close to ending the war, but it really is Israel's job to finish the war. not America's.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Biden has not made it clear that that's his policy, but Biden just danced around this question and didn't give a proper answer. It's not a good performance from him so far.
Yeah. So also, as far as the war goes, the campaign against driving Hamas out of Gaza is almost complete. I agree with that part. Now, I remember saying in the chat probably a week or two ago that there were talks that Israel might go after Hezbollah next, because while Hamas and Israel have been the main focus, on the side, Hezbollah has been launching missiles back and forth with Israel in the northern part of the country.
Yep.
And I would not be surprised if Israel turns their attention after they beat up Hamas. They turn to the north and be like, "Oh, you decided you wanted to pick a fight too. Well, we're coming after you," which would Now, Gaza is technically, with Hamas in Gaza, even though Gaza operates as a pseudo-independent area, it was still within Israel's international borders. But Hezbollah operates out of Lebanon, which is a completely independent foreign country.
Right.
So if they want to take Hezbollah out, they're going to declare war on Lebanon almost immediately.
But the thing is, but the thing that frustrates me about how people are talking about the Hezbollah situation is that the fact that Hezbollah is involved in this conflict is largely America's fault. Because yes, there had been some shots fired back and forth here and there, but it wasn't that major until the United States sent in a bunch of troops to sit in between Israel and Hezbollah. And then us exchanging fire with them, it's like we are exacerbating the problem. Hezbollah already has one enemy there, which is Israel. We put another enemy here, which is America. That didn't do anything to de-escalate the situation. That was a terrible idea. And if you don't move American troops over to Hezbollah, who knows? Maybe we don't have the same level of violence and escalation that we're seeing in that region right now.
Yeah, I completely understand that. Yeah. I haven't heard anything else on that end.
Back to Ukraine for 1 second.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say I haven't heard anything else in the news on if Israel launches full-scale attacks, it'll be in the news cycle.
Yeah, that's true.
I wouldn't be surprised if it happens by the end of the summer, just because at this point, they're already taking care of Hamas. Maybe they'll stop, but it's more likely that they'll move on. Because Hezbollah is, sure, America's expert in it. Hezbollah has been a thorn in Israel's side since the 2000s as well.
Oh.
Hezbollah has been in Lebanon, southern Lebanon, as far as I know, since the 2000s.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, they're also supported by Iran, by the way.
Right. So yes, that is they basically it's basically a state-run terror organization.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, I don't know how much of Lebanon's politics are partly influenced by their presence. I don't know how much Hezbollah actually controls. They don't have as much control as Hamas had over Gaza, so...
True.
It's hard to say. But it's not a great situation. We also forget...
It's not good at all.
It's not good. We also have to remember that... Now, this hasn't been in the news a lot at all recently, because it's impossible... Nothing really major has happened, but Syria has been embroiled in civil war with itself next door for years too. And I don't think Syria or Israel have any problems with each other, because Syria is too occupied fighting the terrorists and rebels in its own land, and their ruler Assad, which is supported by Russia and Turkey, is a dictator. So he's just embroiled in his own conflict with his own country.
Yeah, that whole thing is a mess.
get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. Greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for what using certain weapons among population centers.
Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent $100 billion, or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any, they were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting all, you got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one who wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
I did not like that attack because I think it did border on racist to be like, oh, he's just like a Palestinian. They would have meant to say Palestinian supporter, but like, I don't know. They'd be like going to like watching Bill Clinton on like that late night show like Arsenio Hall or whatever, blowing on the saxophone and be like, oh, look at Bill Clinton, he's just like a black person. Like
man, that's a low blow, man.
I just don't think that was the right verbiage for Trump to use there. That just wasn't good.
Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. You're going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO. The idea that we have
that smirk is
our alliances as well.
That smirk of Trump's is funny and iconic.
Major war in Europe. What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO? We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. You see what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
Well, the 100 Years' War.
True. I mean, he might be talking in recent history,
I know
but still, I don't.
I think he's talking recently, but as far as major wars go, before World War I, most of the European wars were European. Like, America did not fight. Well, actually, in the Napoleonic Wars, America did get involved, but that was a separate affair with Britain because we just didn't like the British.
Yeah, still don't.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, let's keep going. I don't want to digress too much.
Oh, you're good.
On the original question, which was, as president, what leverage would you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war?
Well, I would have used more diplomacy from the beginning. I think we have to recognize a couple of things. One is we're a nation of compassion. All of us are heartbroken by seeing the bloodshed that's happening in Gaza. All of us are affected and horrified by the injuries to the civilians in Gaza and the damage to the innocents in Gaza. We also have to understand that Israel is in an existential battle now, and that Hamas, which is a genocidal organization, which is pledged to Israel's annihilation, it's pledged to the extermination of Jews. And it does not want a two-state solution. It wants a one-state solution, which is Israel gone. And it actually has in its charter a provision that says that it is against Islamic law to even negotiate with Israel. Oh, Israel's in a five-front war with Hamas, which is a proxy of Iran, with the Shia militias in Iraq and Syria, with Hezbollah, these are all proxies of Iran, in Lebanon, and with the Houthis in Yemen. And it's being attacked on two fronts right now. It is at full war with Hezbollah. And we have to let Israel disarm Hamas. We have to support them. Israel's our oldest ally. It is the only democracy in the Mideast. If you can imagine what a world would be like without Israel, for the first time in 80 years, people are entertaining that possibility. That in 5 or 10 years, Israel may not exist because they're no longer dealing with weakened forces that they were in the 2000s and 1967 and 1956, etc. Hezbollah is the most proficient guerrilla army in the world, probably in history. Iran is now a superpower in the Mideast and has the capacity to maintain a war. So we need, and to wipe out Israel. We need to support Israel, but we need to use diplomacy, and the people in the White House are not capable of doing that. We need to bring in President Xi. We need to bring in President Putin. We even need to be negotiating with Iran. And the neocons in the White House see this as us as a bipolar world where the United States is dominating the world and won't negotiate with anybody. And that is the problem that caused this.
I think that answer is about as bad as Joe Biden's answer, where he's like, where it's like, we just gotta talk to him a little bit. Like,
terrorists don't talk.
Yeah,
they only talk with. Most of them talk with guns.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I mean Trump has a sort of unpredictability that sort of makes negotiations extremely easier. But first of all, there's nothing to negotiate. Destroy Hamas. No negotiations. Number two, the idea that Israel will not exist in 10 years is absolutely preposterous, because who else is going to attack Israel? Hezbollah and Iran? If Iran attacks Israel directly and they get into a hot conflict, that's going to drag in more nations. I don't think in the long run, Iran and Hezbollah want that to happen. I think that they're probably going to end up chilling and calming down once the Israel-Hamas war is over. Now, if Hamas was a bit stronger, then yeah, Hamas and Hezbollah would fight side by side. But I don't think that Iran is foolish enough to try to start a war with Israel. Could be wrong, but that's just my inclination. And furthermore, the methods of which other nations have to fight Israel are extremely limited. You can't use ICBMs. You can't use missiles because the Iron Dome will shoot all that stuff down. You would need to send in vehicles, tanks, soldiers, and all of that stuff is a ground offensive that will be extremely difficult. And I don't think that Iran, that could be wrong, but I don't think that Iran has the strategic positioning on to be able to do an offensive like that efficiently and successfully. So I think it's kind of off base on a lot of aspects of his answer here.
Yeah. So here's the things that a lot. So So he mentioned Houthi, which is actually a legitimate Iranian threat that we need to keep in mind.
True.
So Houthi, they're kind of off the scene. They're doing their own sideshow right now because they're not actually attacking Israel directly, like the other groups have. Houfi's been fighting to take over Yemen for years. That war has been going on since like 2014 too. It's been at least 10 years for them. And Al Qaeda has camps. Al Qaeda, which is probably not Iranian affiliated, has camps in Yemen as well. So we've been doing drone strikes in there for years. Houthi has been launching missiles and sinking commercial ships belonging to different countries, and that's been that's a problem because of the Suez Canal being further up north. But that's a different thing.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would say is, sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Let's just push it.
Back to CNN.
support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question, would you guard us against Russia at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time.
Secret
said, no,
meeting.
If you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
The question was actually, would you support an independent Palestinian?
He didn't answer the question at all.
I'd like to answer the NATO question. I think that
You've got 2 minutes for what you do with it.
NATO, when NATO was created, it was a bulwark against Soviet expansion. President Eisenhower said in 1959, if we do our job with NATO, it will be gone in 10 years. And NATO has now become an instrument for the neocon ideology, which is the ideology that is bankrupting our country. It's bankrupt. We have a huge military budget. We have double the military budget that we had in real dollars than at the height of the Cold War. That money is not being used for self-defense. That money is being used for world domination and to make America the policeman of the world. NATO is the instrument of that. I'm not going to abolish NATO. I'm going to change the function of NATO so that it becomes an instrument of peace and not an instrument of U.S. global domination abroad.
Would you support an independent Palestinian state?
I think that has to be decided between Israel and Palestine.
Back to CNN.
It's fair. That's fair. It's a really good answer.
That's actually a fair point,
Trump,
but
I want to ask
you know what Israel's going to say.
Yeah, and hey, to the victors go the spoils.
Actually, come to think of it, Israel is not going to let, once they take Gaza, they may directly annex it.
They could.
I don't know what. They could directly just annex it into their territory.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not exactly sure what they plan. That's actually a good thing they need to figure out is what are they going to do with Gaza once they've conquered the area?
Yeah, and I think that they're going to exert some power over it for a few years, but I don't know. I mean, I think RFK makes a good point. It's sort of up to them what ends up happening. If Israel takes over Gaza and it's like, hey, we own this now, what right do we have to step in and say no? It's not our fight.
Yeah, they conquered the territory very fair and square. If I go
in a war. That's why I said I think in one of our previous conversations in videos about this, I said if you declare war on another country and you lose, once you declare war, you forfeited your right to all the land. It's how wars go, man.
This is how. Hey, the Babylonians and Assyrians, the Babylonians didn't wipe out Nineveh and they'd be like, oh, now we're gonna put a provisional government run by Ninevites. No,
right? America didn't do that with the Native Americans. I don't think. I mean, we made reservations, which is kind of close, but I mean, come on.
And the Cherokee people, we didn't let them have reservations in Tennessee. We sent them to Oklahoma, which now the Trail of Tears. I think there's stuff from that we did bad. I think there's mistakes we made in that.
True.
We haven't been the kindest in treating Native Americans in our history.
Mm-hmm.
But at the like if you declare war, you basically are gambling your independence in land that you can take this other person's land. This
Exactly.
this is how tribal warfare has gone on for millennia.
Yes, this is one of the reasons why I consider war to be a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
Democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters that day, some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever.
That
we had the
pivot.
lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you
Oh, hold on. I will let him
say
finish
to
first.
those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this. Because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor in writing, by the way, the mayor, in writing, turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see, I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it, too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever, and I offered it to her, and she now admits that she turned it down, and it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
So what do you think about that answer?
So the first 40 seconds of his answer where he talked about how they had the strongest border and stuff and whatnot, I felt like that with his first answer before the guy corrected him back on track was pretty much he was uncomfortable with the question and tried to pivot away. Like he tried to do like a classic politician, pivot away from a question they don't like to answer. That was my take from it. Now, with his actual response, the thing about Nancy Pelosi, I haven't seen the news on this because this is very recent. But if what he's saying is true, that he offered National Guard security and she turned him down, I would say in that case, Pelosi does have to take some blame for the fact that if she turned down the option to have security at the place, then she basically decided, oh, we're not expecting anything to go on. Now that's a stupid assumption because we all know what happened.
Yeah, I mean, no, she said like we knew this was going to happen and we should have done something. This is bad and it's my fault because it was my responsibility to take care of this. Like as it was happening. That's what she said according to the video.
Yeah, if that's true, then Trump actually should. Then it gives more credibility to Trump's side of the story that he actually was not inciting the rioters to commit insurrection. Because think about it. Why would Trump, if Trump was truly trying to cause an insurrection, why would you offer to 10,000 National Guard to be in position to block those people around the Capitol? Like an insurrectionist wouldn't try to put more security in place.
And also, you probably would have used people on the inside rather than just like some random boomers with like American flags. Like that would be extremely inefficient and wouldn't work, even if that's what they were trying to do. I'm still not 100% sure what they were trying to do on January 6th, but
yeah, I have no idea what they were trying to do.
Yeah,
I will say that breaking into the Capitol while congressmen are meeting to discuss elections, breaking into the Capitol is kind of a crime. Just saying.
It is. But like, yeah, there was like where was the written plan for what they were doing? There was no written plan for what they were doing.
It was just
like
a bunch of
hard to tell
overzealous people.
Yeah, it's hard to tell if there was like a concerted effort to do a particular thing. Like people love to say it was a coup. How was it an attempted coup? What were they trying to do? What were their plans when they got into the building? It seems pretty likely to me that a lot of them just were wiling out because they were mad and upset about how the voting was going. And you know how people get when they're mad and upset about how things are going, right? We had the whole summer of love. So the idea that the only explanation for what happened is that it must have been a coup that was orchestrated by Trump is a pure blue anon conspiracy theory. And I think it's funny how this has gone, how that conspiracy theory has gone virtually completely unfact-checked, because there's like no sourcing for the claim. It's one of the most preposterous conspiracy theories that I've heard, and like most harebrained, thinly sourced plots that I've ever heard posited on the internet in like general political discourse. But it's just accepted as if it's true. Like, where's the evidence?
Yeah, there's no evidence. Like, Trump is completely in. Trump. The only thing that Trump has the unfortunate of is being president when this was happening.
Well, sort of. I mean, because he spoke, the people were there. That's basically that is essentially the extent of Trump's role, right? If he didn't speak, the people wouldn't have been there. But he didn't tell them to be violent. In fact, he told them to be peaceful. So, I mean, the people there would have been mad no matter what. And if there was someone else there with a big group, there might have been violence too.
Yeah, I mean, so I would say the probability of Trump it's higher probability that Trump was guilty of election interference when he made that call to the Secretary of State of Georgia.
Right? The strongest case against him.
That's the strongest case. Now, there's the hush money payment case, which he's appealing right now.
Yeah, thankfully.
Which is a high dollar one that could cause him a lot of money if he loses, but...
Yeah.
Number one, I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours. 3 hours watching, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. He went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court, and they said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing, and these people should be in jail, and they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out, and now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President.
Now I'm shocked. I've watched this debate, so I can speak on this. I'm shocked that Trump didn't push back hard enough on this lie that Joe Biden told. But Donald Trump has never supported letting free all, or at least publicly, letting free all of the January 6th prisoners. He has repeatedly said that he wants to pardon the ones that were peaceful, but that's not the same as saying that they all should be pardoned.
Yeah, I would agree that there are some. So I would say, from a legal standpoint, if you were just peacefully at the rally, if you didn't set foot in the Capitol or weren't part of any of the into the Capitol stuff, then you shouldn't be charged with any crime if you didn't do anything wrong.
Well, I think even if you just walked in because you just saw like policemen ushering folks in, like there's nothing, you shouldn't be jailed at the very least. Maybe given a fine or something, or some sort of probation for like before you're banned from being at the Capitol or something like that. But just the idea that like if you set foot in the Capitol for 5 minutes, wandered around and said, "What the heck am I doing here?" and then walked away, that you'll be jailed for like 12 years or even more.
That's fair.
That's ridiculous. That's completely ridiculous. Even if you technically broke the law, that's still getting
I would say
you're still getting over. It's an unreasonable punishment.
So in that, with my legal thing, so I'll move on. If you entered the Capitol like that, but peacefully, and then you left almost immediately because you realize, oh, I'm not supposed to be here.
Or there's nothing to do on board.
Yeah, I mean, on a legal standing, a fine or maybe probation from entering the Capitol as a tourist again. Mm-hmm. That's a fair punishment.
Yeah.
Even if you unintentionally enter the Capitol. But now the people who like vandalized or actually the people who were like breaking windows or breaking into people's offices, those should be the more severe crimes, and those would require some jail sentences. Like there was a guy that was sitting in Pelosi's office in the chair. Like, what? Why did you break into the Speaker of the House's office and sit in her chair? Like, why would you do that?
But but the thing about him though, he was not violent at all, and he only went where officers led him to. Like officers literally basically just gave him a tour of the building. They were like, "Oh yeah, here, come into the chambers, speak from the podium, do all this stuff." Like, so for someone like him, I would also agree, like, don't put that dude in jail for just following officers and going where they told him to go.
Yeah, the whole thing is kind of a mess. I wish it never happened, because this has been even 3 years later, this has been a fiasco of a political mess. I just wish this had never happened in history, because this is just a sad case of where it's just a sad situation overall.
Yeah, true.
Minor that he is, that it could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of it, they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that, they saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing, the Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found, because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
Mm-hmm. The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact that
did you see Trump's smirk?
There was no effort.
One of the moments of all time.
What's going on up in Capitol Hill, and all those people.
No effort to stop what was going on in Capitol Hill. Wow,
bro.
One of those who was convicted deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned them over statues. The idea that those people
turned over statues.
Come on. When I asked him about the first two debates we had, first time around, I said, "Will you denounce the Proud Boys?" He said, "No, I'll tell them to stand by." The idea he's refusing.
It's not true.
Will you denounce these guys? We denounce the people we're talking about now. We denounce the people who attacked that Capitol. What are you going to do?
Okay, well, January 6th obviously doesn't apply to you, but when would you bring in the National Guard?
Well, let me comment on what they were saying. I don't know if President Trump obstructed the orderly transition of power, which is one of the keystones of American democracy, and if he did, and he should be punished for it. He should be held accountable. But to me, there's a larger issue, which is that both these presidents swore to uphold the Constitution. They're both wearing American flag pins on their vests, on their lapels. That's easy to do. That's an accessory. That's an accoutrement. It is a
man.
It's a badge of patriotism. A real patriotism means protecting the United States Constitution. And when both of them subverted the right to free speech, the most important right. President Biden, 37 hours after he took the oath of office, was ordering social media sites to censor his political opponents. I'm not just talking about me, and I'm not just talking about COVID, but on all kinds of issues like Ukraine, et cetera. This has never happened in American history. He opened a portal. The FBI, the CIA, CISA, NIH, DHS, the IRS.
Okay, no. Never in American history. I don't think it's true. CISA, I'm pretty sure, was established by Obama. So.
What is CISA? Remind me of what that.
It is. I'm trying to remember. It's basically the part of the government where you can request information about specific individuals. Basically, you can request a digital spy warrant on folks. Is basically what that does. Trump was wrangling with it, trying to get that repealed and stuff.
Agencies to go in and tamper with social media sites to take out things that were not politically palatable. They violated freedom of worship, the two of them. Shutting down every church in this country with no scientific citation. They violated freedom of assembly with mass regulations that, again, the top scientists in this country, Anthony Fauci, admitted to Congress 2 weeks ago that they were not scientifically based. They shut down the Seventh Amendment right to jury trials by saying you couldn't sue somebody who was involved in COVID countermeasures, no matter how negligent that corporation were, the biggest corporations in the world. No matter how reckless their behavior, no matter how grievous your injury, you could not sue them. They shut down 3.3 million businesses with no due process and no just compensation in violation of the Fifth Amendment. They shut down the Fourth Amendment's prohibitions against warrantless searches and seizures with this track and trace surveillance. That was the all-out assault on the Constitution that we've never seen the likes of that at any time in American history. And I don't believe they have the right to wear those American flag pins. That is.
Oh. Okay.
Back to CNN.
Okay. Interesting.
Wow.
I could make a comment here.
You of 34 felonies last month. You said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation.
That's not what he said.
But when he talks about a convicted...
I want to know what he actually said.
He basically said that he would... I think he said something to effect where he would be justified in seeking retribution for the lawfare that's been waged against him, and that he would be considering revenge. I think I don't think he made a commitment to revenge, but the direct quote is actually there in the Chiron. Every right to go after his political opponents. That is true. Actually, I think the Democrats have kind of set up that precedent, unfortunately, but he didn't make a commitment to do that. I think it's very similar to kind of Trump saying, oh, Hillary Clinton should have been in jail. She should have been put in jail. And then as we creep up to the general election, he's like, no, I'm not going to actually put her in jail. Trump does not have a history of using lawfare to go after political opponents. He doesn't like it. He hates the optics of all of that. It's possible that he's just so bitter at this point about how unfairly he's been treated that he does decide to seek revenge over the very people who have gone after him. It would be a break from his track record for sure, but also I don't think any political candidate or figure has experienced and had to go through what Donald Trump has had to go through. So I could see both, like the scenario where Trump does do the retribution thing and a scenario where he doesn't. And also there's the possibility of independent Republican actors trying to do lawfare against Democrats as well. I think some people are already working on plans to do that. So even if people go after Joe Biden or Democrats or whatever for what they've done to Trump, it might not even be his fault, because even if he says, no, I'm not going to do that, there might be other like right wingers in various judiciary branches who are like, I don't care. I am salty about what they've done to Trump.
Like, I can see that. I can totally see a scenario. I can totally see a scenario where Trump is moderate, and he's bitter, but he's not willing to weaponize the president's office to go after people. But I could see a situation where, like, people of the House, like, I'm thinking Majority Green or Jim Jordan or some of the other Freedom Caucus members that are very far right that would weaponize their position to take out some of their opponents. Like, they would stoop low enough to throw legal punches and stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not about like individuals' opponents, but it's about Trump's opponents. Trump doesn't have to be the person to go after his opponents. Like, I mean, after all, Joe Biden is not the one going after Trump. It's various states. So, you know, it doesn't have to be up to Trump to go after Biden or people who are aligned with him.
Very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. He should have been convicted before the Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse.
Why does Biden look so lost?
But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor having to do with the son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said... I'm coming right to you, sir.
Both of these guys have track records of doing... Both of these guys have done stuff that would be criminal in their lifetime.
Yeah, I guess that's probably fair to say.
That is fair. Well, Joe Biden and the whole Hunter Biden thing, where Hunter Biden may have got favors from his dad when his dad was vice president. That could be very illegal if it's proven to be true. Now, I don't know if it'll ever be proven to be true because the Bidens may do a Clinton move and protect themselves.
Right. True.
But, I mean, Trump is not exactly the most innocent. Now, granted, more of his soiled record comes from his affairs, but what Trump has a record of having some affairs or stuff. Like his son Barron Trump, who graduated high school, that's not like Trump is in his 80s. He's 80 years old, and his son Barron just graduated high school. That 60-year gap doesn't happen. I mean, it could possibly possible for a 60-year-old to have a child.
Yeah, true.
But it's not likely.
Yeah.
Just saying, but as far as legal stuff, I'm not exactly sure. As far as legally stuff, there's a few cases against Trump. You said the strongest one is the call with the Georgia secretary, which is actually so. It's a fair case that could be made. Now, the thing is that the lawyers, like Fannie Willis and stuff, they have I don't know how they managed to do this, but they have fumbled that case pretty badly.
Yeah, like honestly, even as a Trump voter, I'm actually salty that they did that, because it is the one case where this legitimately seems like borderline illegal, if not illegal, what Trump has done here. And I've always been a fan of Trump being held accountable for doing bad things if it's found that he's done something wrong. Not if Democrats have cooked up some sort of false charges against him. What I don't want to see is having Trump be found guilty on illegitimate cases while being found not guilty of legitimate cases, because we've got these crazy Democrats whose eyes have just gone completely red, fumbling the bag because of how hard they're trying to go after Trump, and they're losing sight of professionalism and the way they're actually supposed to be going about things. I think is extremely
the other
unfortunate.
Thing with Fannie, the whole Fannie Willis thing is also a problem, because she actually has a relationship with like Nathan Wade, who was on the case, then the judge forcing one of them to step aside is a good thing, because it removes a conflict of interest per se.
It does. But for the life of me, I don't understand why Fannie Willis wasn't forced to recuse herself after that was all they looked into. To be honest, get someone who's more straight and more honest, with more integrity in that position, and try the case the right way. I'm sure the other Democrats would actually handle themselves better than Fannie Willis did. Mm-hmm. Sorry, there's a bit of delay from when I hit the button and when the video starts.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir. You want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two,
you're wrong. What you said was a lie, Joe Biden said.
Number one.
Distribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? What are you talking about?
Oh my goodness. Oh, that's a low attack, man.
I think it's funny because the ironic thing is he's pointing to actual real cases, but he's not pointing to what those cases were actually about. Like, yes, there was a case about sexually assaulting someone or whatever. That was a civil case, and it wasn't and he was found liable, but it wasn't because he wasn't found guilty of sexually assaulting E. Jean Carroll. He was found guilty of basically like talking bad about her in a way that negatively affect her career in a material manner. And
defamation.
Yeah, defamation. And with the whole Stormy Daniels situation, it was sort of like a similar thing. I think that was also a defamation case. So that doesn't mean that Trump, beyond a shadow of a doubt or whatever, actually went and it committed these crimes and abuses against these women. It just means that he said bad things about them that affected them negatively. And so you have to remember, the whole point of civil law is, or civil court and civil law, is that it's intended to make the harmed person whole. It's not to ascribe guilt to an individual person. It's supposed to determine, hey, did this person harm this person? And if so, what amount of money will make up for the harm that was caused that person? I'm sure that, Trump speaking badly about these people did affect them negatively in some way. I'm not saying that he should give them no money. To be fair, I think E. Jean Carroll and Stormy Daniels were lying to certain extents, but that's not the same as saying that it was found to be true in a court of law that Donald Trump did these things against these women. It's just not the exact same. Yeah. And also, even if what was on the on trial was whether or not Donald Trump had sex with a porn star. That's not illegal. So it wouldn't have been, oh, you have been found guilty, bam, of having sex with a porn star. Like, that's not how it works.
No. Also, now I will say that if you're a porn star and this happens to you, is it partly your fault for being well, okay, I don't know what I'm saying actually. I'm sure.
Yeah, but I think I understand you. I understand your analogy. If you're stopping by Rachel Ray's house on a date, and you ask her to make you a sandwich, it's not entirely sexist.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we can continue.
Good night, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official at DOJ into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam, and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President.
Oh, I'd love to see RFK's response to this.
Again, the question doesn't really apply to you, but what do you think about the lawsuits against Donald Trump?
Well, here's what I say. President Biden made the point that it's wrong for a federal official to use his federal governmental powers. It's an abuse of power to use that to punish or disadvantage his political opponents. But President Biden is doing that every day. They've denied me Secret Service. President Biden, I'm the first candidate since my father was killed. My father was killed. Secret Service became available.
Oh wait, his father is Robert Kennedy. That's right.
Have been given that prior to the 100-day cutoff. 120-day.
And his uncle was John F. Kennedy. So
most of them with polling numbers, a tiny fraction of what I have.
I could see why he's concerned.
I am the first candidate since 1960 request Secret Service protection, in which it's been denied. And that is a way of weaponizing the federal agencies to punish a political opponent. I think President Trump was right. I'm not a fan of President Trump. I'm running against him. I think he was a bad president. But he's right that it's shocking that 51 CIA agents signed this document saying that the Hunter Biden laptop was a Russian hoax. And they were accusing the Russians of tampering with our election. It was actually the CIA tampering with the election. I want to say this, too. President Biden is now deployed. He's got $3 billion from big corporations in this country. He's using that corporate money to sue me in virtually every state to keep me off the ballot. That's not democratic. We all know President Biden. A couple of days ago, let me just finish this. President Biden was criticizing and ridiculing Vladimir Putin for getting 88% of the vote in Russia.
For Kennedy, I'm going to hold you to the time limit.
Let me just finish this point. The way that Putin got 88% of the vote was by censoring his opponents on state-owned television, all the national TV networks, and by making sure they didn't get on the ballot. We should not be doing that here in this country. We should be an example of something better.
That was a great answer. Arguably the best answer of the night.
That's a great answer because he's probably absolutely right that Biden's taking him down because so Robert F. Kennedy is very fair to ask for Secret Service because family history notwithstanding, like John F. Kennedy was his uncle. He got assassinated. Robert Kennedy was his father, and when he ran for president in '68, he was also assassinated on the campaign trail. It is very fair for a guy whose family members got assassinated to ask for protection, given that. But even besides the point, like, the fact that Biden is trying to take pot shots at him tells me that Biden's scared of him, because you don't concern yourself with people that you're not afraid of.
Yeah, but like, what? There aren't that many Trump voters who are going to leave Trump for RFK. But I think there are a lot of people who are uneasy, especially now, who are uneasy about Biden, who are looking for another candidate. So that does kind of make some sense. Although, of course, it's not excusable to run around censoring your political opponents.
Thing we are doing that I don't think we should be doing. We said the rules would be the same for you as for them. I've been asking my ear to give you more time, but I don't think that's right, so I'm going to stop doing that. Back to CNN.
Let's go.
You have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you heard any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Did you ever hear any president say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved around in the first place after my son had died, I decided.
Wait, what?
Until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic.
Oh, wait, did he say carrying swastikas? Hold on.
We need to back up, because I think we were laughing so loud we're missing we're missing the best part of this, I think.
Okay, let's try to be quiet here. What got me answer. Let's go back to the beginning.
What the juries will do. He's got what he's done.
Democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you heard any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Did you ever hear any president say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and they asked him. They said, "What do you think of those people? The ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones," he said, "I think they're fine people on both sides." What American president would ever say Nazis coming out of the fields carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas were fine people?
We're gonna address this again.
Good things Hitler's done. That's what he said.
What are we doing?
This guy has no sense of American democracy.
This was debunked 3 days ago.
Trump.
Jake,
What
both of you know.
Okay, so a few things. First of all, the idea.
Don't yell. It's loud in my ear. Sorry.
Sorry. I'm used to my compression on OBS taking care of that, but I forget that you're over Discord. Okay. There are two things about this that are silly. First of all, saying that, like, if you're voting for someone who's a felon to vote against democracy, it's extremely silly. Extremely silly. Doesn't make sense. Now, Trump did have the whole retribution thing, but you have to take into account that Trump has not, I think we mentioned this earlier, actually, that Trump did not commit to the whole retribution thing. He just said that it is something that he has a right to do. And I think that with current legal precedent, unfortunately, Democrats have already set that precedent, so he does have the right to seek legal retribution against his political enemies. On the other point that he mentioned about the whole like Charlottesville thing and the good people on both sides, that literally was fact checked and debunked like 2 or 3 days ago. Finally, before this debate, where the fact of the matter was, he said there were good people on both sides of people who wanted statues to be torn down and ones who didn't want statues to be torn down. Not talking about the people who were being violent there. And he actually went there. He actually specifically condemned the violence of the people who were on both sides. And he has repeatedly condemned like alt-right people, right-wing nationalists, white nationalists, all those types of individuals. He has repeatedly condemned them. Meanwhile, Joe Biden himself, longtime famous friends of Ku Klux Klan members, fighting for segregation, fighting against integration because he didn't want his neighborhood to turn into a racial jungle. Those were Joe Biden's words. Donald Trump's record on race.
When did Biden say that? Was this a long time ago?
Yes,
I'm assuming?
yes, in his early years of being in Congress, like early to middle years of being in Congress, because I don't think he ever disavowed his friendship with Robert Byrd, one of the I think he was a grand wizard of the KKK. So Donald Trump's record on race is actually is actually far stronger than Joe Biden's record on race, and actually that doesn't have a whole lot to do with democracy, which is what the question was about.
So I will say that the very first comment he made, his very first part of the answer where he said, well, if they know what he did, then yes, is basically him saying that people who vote for Trump are voting against democracy then. That would be an implication you could get from his answer then.
Yes.
Now, Biden has been criticized in one State of the Union address for calling people domestic terrorists, if you remember that whole thing.
Yeah.
So this kind of, and that was a PR mess too, because the president of the United States calling out people like that on national television probably should not be that's kind of something you shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, no, it's not good. Yeah.
All right, so it seems before we continue, I had told Keen that I would hang out for games and stuff at 7. It's 7:20.
Oh. Okay. If you have to split, like, there's no shame in that. You have been on the air for 3 hours, so.
Oh, that's true. What's ironic is that no one else in your group has gotten on the air.
Yeah, I think some people are busy. I did hear from Zemo Tabar, Craig, that he's tired, so he doesn't want to go on the air. I don't know where ISM is. Maybe he's playing WWE 2K23 or something. But if he has time, I'm sure he'll hop on. But honestly, like, I'm glad enough that you were able to make it. So thanks for hopping onto the stream.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off because I think this debate has been interesting. I had forgotten about Keen. I almost scheduled not to meet with him, but then I did. And now that I did, I probably should honor my thing. I don't want to cancel on him.
You should.
So, it's been fun.
Yeah,
I think I've seen the highlights of the debate that I remember hearing about. So,
yeah. All right, and if there's anything you've missed, I'll upload the video on the Non-Movie Highlights channel like tomorrow probably. So. All right, peace out, man.
Bye-bye. Oh wait, I got I disconnected from the stream and watching the stream, and now I got disconnected from the call.
Oh.
Bye-bye.
All right, peace out, man.
You know that story has been totally wiped out because when you see the sentence, it said, 100% exoneration on this. So he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency, he's without question the worst president, the worst presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate. He made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked all over the place. Every anchor has, every reasonable anchor.
I did look up a fact check of this. They did not want to debunk this, but they said they could not find any evidence. So it's basically the same thing.
Has debunked it. And just the other day it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story.
Where is Joe Biden looking? That stare is so bizarre. I wonder if he's like seeing ghosts. Like it's like, you know how like you see like a movie and like someone's like dying and they look into the distance and they see like souls and like angels and stuff like that. That's kind of what it seems like is happening with Joe Biden here. And it's very, very sad. This man should never have been allowed to participate in this debate. I'm sorry.
He knows that, and he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
President Biden?
And debunk. It happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran. I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated. We saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
It could be that they're afraid of retribution. That could be a factor for sure. It could be that some of them just have soured on the guy over time. Like, honestly, I have soured on the guy over time. Not to the point where I wouldn't endorse him, but just to the point where I'm not going to be like, yeah, I love the dude. Like I would have like maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
Again, there's no parallel question for you in there, but let me ask, of these two gentlemen, who would be worse as president?
I mean, I think you put your nail on that. You put the hammer on that nail perfectly. 70% of the American public say they don't want this contest because neither of them are running on the things that are absolutely critical to Americans right now. The only thing they have, the only argument they have is be scared of that other guy. He's a felon. He's a bad guy. He's going to destroy the republic. They're running on fear. If Americans want to vote out of fear, they're going to vote for these guys. If they want to vote out of hope, they're going to vote out of me because I want to talk. I want to talk about the fact that 71% of the people in this country are making less than the cost of basic human needs. I want to talk about the fact that under their administrations, the top 1% of Americans now own more than the 60% that represent the American middle class. Our country has utterly changed because of them.
I would rather have someone vote for a candidate out of fear than out of envy.
I run into elderly people who are cutting their prescription pills in two to make it through the week. Mothers who are downgrading their purchases at the grocery store to make it out of the checkout line. A couple in New Hampshire who told me they're in their bedroom or in their living room with a crying baby, arguing with each other about whether that baby is $50 sick or $100 sick or $500 sick before they bring it to a hospital. These are kids who come up to me every day and say that one day a week they have to choose between buying gasoline and buying lunch. These are choices you're not supposed to have to make in this country. And it's them, these two, who are not telling the American people how they're going to get our kids into homes. And that's what I want to talk about.
Back to CNN.
It's a fair point.
Welcome back to the CNN presidential debate live from Georgia. Let's talk about persistent challenges you both faced in your first terms and you'd certainly face again in a second term. President Biden, while black unemployment dropped to a record low under your presidency, black families still earn far less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes, and black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number two, the wages of black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number three, we're providing housing for black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep people out of their houses. And in addition to that, we find that the impact on the choice that black families have to make relative to child care is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation in the past, I was able to reduce black child care costs. I cut them in half. We got to make sure we provide for child care costs. We got to make sure, because when you provide those child care protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the job market.
Again, how are you going to do this? He said multiple times during this debate, he's going to cut down on child care costs. But how is he going to do this? There's no proposal. What's the legislation? What is the executive order? He said he's going to decrease the cost. How much is he going to decrease the cost by? How long will that decrease last? These are all just mysteries that are left for us in Sherlock Holmes to solve.
So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it.
You have 49 seconds left. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for the idea that any black family, first-time home buyer, should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home so they can get started. I made sure that we're in a situation where all those black families and those black individuals who had to take out student loans that were ballooning, that if they were engaged in nursing, and anything having to do with volunteerism, if they paid their bills for 10 years on their student debt, all the rest is forgiven after 10 years. Millions have benefited from that. And we're going to do a whole lot more for black families.
So he kind of mumbled there. But, I don't know if these are policies that he's actually put into place or not. But they don't sound legal. We're talking about using race to determine whether or not you get certain benefits from the U.S. government. I don't think that there's anything like that's been deemed legal. As a matter of fact, I think there was certain DEI stuff that the Supreme Court found to be legal, where it's you can't say that you're not going to hire white people. So I don't know if this is something that that Biden has done. Even if he's done this, I don't know if it's something that will stand up to a legal challenge.
Thank you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation. And he's right. It's been very bad.
No, Biden did not cause the inflation. Trump started the inflation problem with all of those COVID-19 stimulus checks. Joe Biden made it worse by stifling oil production. Both of these people have bad records on inflation, but I have to give Donald Trump credit. As a businessman, at least he understands that in order for the economy to be good, you have to be producing stuff. Joe Biden doesn't understand that. So Trump's spending policies were poor, but he at least understood that, hey, if we unleash the American economy and let production flourish, then our economy will flourish. I think actually his spending policies stifled the economy, and the economy could have been even way better if he didn't do stuff like the stimulus checks, if he didn't do stuff like exorbitant government spending at the federal level, increasing the deficit like RFK Jr. said. I think the only issue I agree with RFK Jr. on more than these two candidates is on government spending and the economy when it comes to the deficit, because both of these candidates have contributed to the inflation problem. So don't let either of these guys tell you that it's the other guy who's to blame for the inflation and they're doing a perfect job. No, sir. That's not what's happening.
He caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not living anymore. He caused this inflation. I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now. And it could be 18, it could be...
Black jobs is the wrong way to put it, but like it is true that illegal immigrants come to the country and they steal jobs from American citizens, especially unskilled like jobs that relate to unskilled labor, which is, I believe, I could be wrong, but I think it's predominantly those are predominantly held by minorities. So it's not just black people, it's Hispanics as well, and other racial minorities.
19 and even 20 million people, they're taking black jobs and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you. President Biden?
There was no inflation when I became president. You know why? The economy was flat on its back. 50% unemployment. He decimated the economy, absolutely decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs. We provided thousands of millions of jobs for individuals who are in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered, the ACA has increased. I made sure that they're $8,000 per person in a family to get written off for health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They've tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again, and they're going to try again if they win. You find ourselves in a position where the idea that we're not doing anything, we put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on, but in inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
I'm not going to pretend that I understood everything that Joe Biden said there, but his insinuation that inflation is good because it shows that the economy is like on the come up I don't understand that take at all. It's like, oh, of course, the inflation was low because the economy was bad. Now the economy is good again. Look at all of this wonderful inflation that we have. Ain't nobody at home buying that bucket of beans that you're selling. That's just that's just awful. The awful take. It's not a good argument.
So trying to pass on a similar question, I don't know why they single out black people, but it's certainly true that some minorities in America do not do as well as us white people. And should government do something about that?
And I agree with the assessment that inflation is disproportionately hurting black people because they're wage earners. They've got disproportionately fixed income. The border is disproportionately hurting black and Hispanic workers. I hear that every single day. I spent 10 years working with Cesar Chavez during the last part of his life. He had two issues. One was pesticides, the disproportionate impact of pesticides on Hispanics. The other issue was the border, because he understood all of these illegal immigrants coming across the border were hurting the capacity of his workers, American workers, to get good jobs and wages. The issue that they didn't talk about, two issues. One is education. We spend $50 billion a year on the Department of Education, and black kids in this country, it's a crime what is happening to their schools. When I was a kid, we had the best educated kids by every measure of any country in the world. We're now 22. We're throwing billions of dollars, and in inner city schools, most of these kids cannot read or do math at grade level. It is a crime. We need to give them choice. We need to give them charter schools. Neither of them have done anything about it. The last issue, which
that's true. I think didn't Trump campaign on doing stuff about school choice, but he didn't end up doing anything. I can't remember if it was that he couldn't rally Congress around doing that, or it wasn't a priority, or something like that. But yeah, he's right. Nothing ended up being done about that.
Aggravated is the mass incarceration crisis. 1 out of every 4 black men has had some contact with the correctional service, and 60% of the blacks in American jails are there for nonviolent drug offenses. Why? Because President Biden passed the Drug Act in 1986 that he wrote that gave 100 times the penalty for crack cocaine as powder cocaine. It was designed to put blacks in jail. Then he passed the 1994 omnibus crime bill with the super predatory provisions, the mandatory sentencing, the 3 strikes you're out. Those 2 bills doubled the amounts of blacks in American prison. The amounts of blacks in American prison were steady from the Civil War till then.
Back to CNN.
Persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest year in recorded history, and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Well, let me just go back to what he said about the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump. Almost every police group. And what he's done to the black population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't, in the 1990s, we can't forget that. Super predators was his name, and he called it to him for 10, and they've taken great offense at it.
Joe Biden over here is like, what? What? I forgot about that. I forgot I even said that. Huh? Somebody get this man Oppo research on himself.
They see it happening. But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically black colleges and universities, where I funded them and got them all funded, and the opportunity zones with Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job, great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones. And the biggest beneficiary are blacks. And that's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever, the best numbers. He's lost much of the black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs, and it's already started, and you haven't seen anything yet. It's a disaster.
You've 38 seconds left. President Trump, will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had it. We had H2O. We had the best numbers ever, and we were using all forms of energy, all forms, everything. And yet, during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever. And my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage, actually.
I don't know where the hell he's been. The idea.
He doesn't know where he's been.
That anything he said is true. I passed the most extensive climate change legislation in history. We find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges. I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable in college of doing any white student can do. They just don't have the money. But now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation where the idea that he is claiming to have done something that had the cleanest water, he hadn't done a damn thing for the environment. He pulled out of the Paris Peace Accord, Climate Accord. I immediately joined it because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change, and he didn't do a damn thing about it. He must undo all that I've done.
So two things I want to point out about this, which unsurprisingly are about two very wildly different topics. First, with the HBCUs, he's basically saying that HBCUs don't have the same level of donor money coming in that they used to have. I don't know how true that is. Seems like his claim. Interesting claim. It would surprise me if that was the case. On the other point, when it comes to, sorry, hold on. It was the very last point. I forgot what it was though.
Degrees Celsius and then
on the economy and stuff and pulling out of the Paris Climate Accords. That was a non-binding agreement for as I understand it. I don't know that it had the United States do much more than it was already doing. And I think that pretty much every other nation that was part of the Paris Climate Accords is smaller than America. You know who the two of the major contributors to the climate crisis, if you want to buy into that sort of rhetoric, you know the two of the greatest contributors to that are? It's China and India, not America. We've got China sending all these plumes of toxic fumes and stuff all up into the air indiscriminately, to the point where citizens oftentimes just walking around with masks because of how poor the air quality is. In India, I think we have a bit of that, but we've also got a lot of people just dumping trash into the ocean. Neither of these things are good for our environment. And I think the effects of these is larger than whatever America is doing. When we frack, we do it relatively cleanly. Yes, I do understand that some things with oil production, sometimes it causes pollution that goes into rivers and lakes. But that's nowhere near on the same scale as China having unregulated toxic fumes coming out of their factories and just billowing up into the air at extreme levels. And in India, people just throwing trash out into the ocean, which has all types of negative ecological effects. It doesn't just affect China; it affects the entire world, because the entire world is connected to the ocean, basically. So, if you want to address the climate crisis, as they call it, you need to be talking tough to these people. Don't have no Paris Climate Accords. Have a China Climate Accords. Have an India Climate Accords. Have an Asia Climate Accords. And go to these countries and have them take better care of their own environment, which in turn will create a healthier environment for the rest of the world.
Where there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change, and he didn't do a damn thing about it. He must undo all that I've done.
The Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion, and China nothing, and Russia nothing, and India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States. And I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money, because they treat us horribly. We were the only ones who was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it, and it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before, insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors.
True.
I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs, because the migrants coming in, they want everybody. And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage, I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people. But we're destroying our country. They're taking over our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
The idea is that we, in fact, we were the only ones of consequence who we're not members of the Paris Accord. How can we do anything if we're not able to, the United States can't get its pollution under control? One of the largest polluters in the world, number one. We're making significant progress. By 2035, we will have cut pollution in half. We have made significant progress, and we're continuing to make progress. We set up a climate corps where thousands of young people will learn how to deal with climate, just like the Peace Corps. And we're moving in directions that are going to significantly change the elements of cause of pollution. But the idea that he claims that he has the biggest heart up here and he's really concerned about pollution and about climate, I've not seen any indication of that. And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for.
It doesn't matter what you agree to when you signed an executive order that caps the prices. Whether or not I think it's something he should have done, because on principle I don't think that it's something that Trump should have done. Trump should get credit for lowering the cost of insulin. It doesn't. That's like passing a new tax code, and then only one company says, "Hey, I'm going to follow the new tax code." And yet the other companies all still filed taxes in the in alignment with the new tax code. Doesn't matter who says that they're going to go along with the executive order that you filed. They have no choice. They must go along with it.
Sure, every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way,
This is frustrating.
Especially because Joe Biden was mumbling half the time.
This is your specialty, but I object to CNN's biased question, would you take any action to slow the climate crisis that assumes climate change is a crisis? So do you think it is, and what would you do?
I think that climate change, first I want to say this, there's been nobody who's ever run for president of the United States and gotten anywhere. Well, let's say, I'll even say it more definitively, who has a strong environmental record and a larger commitment to the environment than I do. It's what I've been doing for 40 years. I believe climate change is existential, but I don't insist other people believe that. And I think I focus, and I've always focused on market-based solutions, which I think are the most efficient, eliminating subsidies for the energy industry, particularly carbon. We give carbon $5.2 trillion in subsidies a year, and creating a national grid system that is robust enough to do long-haul transportation of electrons. And we turn every American into an energy entrepreneur, every home into a power plant with the cheapest, most efficient forms of energy. The market, we need to start by protecting habitat, our air, water, wetlands, soils. That's the most important thing you can do for climate. It's almost altogether ignored. President Biden's program, which is the Inflation Reduction Act, does a few good things, but the bulk of it is large subsidies to the oil industry and to BlackRock and other really sinister corporations, or carbon capture, which is a boondoggle. Carbon capture is a boondoggle. We should not be funding it. We should not be encouraging it. We shouldn't be encouraging any kind of geoengineering of that kind. We should be focusing on restoring our soils, doing regenerative agriculture, protecting our air, our water, our wildlife, stopping the carbon discharge from coal-burning power plants, which are causing $500 billion in respiratory injuries annually, poisoning every freshwater fish in our country with mercury.
Sorry, your time is up. Back to CNN.
Okay, so I will say this. Again, I have not taken a strong stance on the whole climate change thing because I haven't seen enough evidence in either direction. I do plan on looking into some studies at some point. However, that whether or not climate change is real or global warming is a phenomenon doesn't take away from the fact that we need to take care of our environment, both globally and locally. And of course, I think part of this is the fact that I'm a Christian and believe that, like God said in Genesis, that we are called to tend to the earth and take care of it, steward the animals, the nature, the plants, all that stuff. So I think that the environment is important, whether or not climate change is a real factor. I hate seeing all of these stories about people who live near places where oil is getting produced and finding out that your local rivers is all poisoned and stuff is leaked, that there's runoff going into the rivers. I hate seeing stories about the East Palestine disaster, where still there are terrible ecological effects from that train disaster. Water is still poisoned there. People are still getting sick from the air because it hasn't been properly treated and they have not been told that they need to leave. And so they're just continuing to live there. No one, I think, has given them the people who live there restitution, the means by which they can leave. I think all that land should probably be bought out by the railroad company that caused the disaster at twice the market value to compensate for all of the negative health effects that these people have suffered, and that extra money can be used to help pay their bills and stuff like that. He should have addressed the East Palestine disaster here in this answer. There are so many ways that you can focus on making the world a better place and helping the environment be better for the people who live on planet Earth. And you don't necessarily have to go through the whole climate change route to do that. Also, I will say that I am a big fan of carbon being in the environment because I like oxygen. And the way that we get oxygen is by plants breathing in the carbon and expelling oxygen. That's the only way we get oxygen. So we need carbon in the atmosphere if we're going to have oxygen moving forward. There are so many harebrained plans to get rid of carbon from the atmosphere. It's absolutely ridiculous. It makes about as much sense as sending a spaceship into space with 100% oxygen. We all know how well that went. So, like, the dream of having the atmosphere being 100% oxygen sounds really good until you stop to think about, hold on, how do we actually get oxygen? And what do plants actually need in order to survive? We would starve plants if we got rid of all the carbon from our atmosphere.
Just to make ends meet, for many older Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
Yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Right now, everybody making under $170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck from the time of the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're going to, I'm proposing that everybody, they pay, the millionaires pay 1%. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
Social Security we should phase out Social Security. It's a terrible program. It's an excuse for the government to take in more money, and the government's going to have to borrow money moving forward very, 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 very soon in order to give people the money that's been promised for Social Security. Of course, you've got the issue of, what happens when you've promised these people that you're going to get money from Social Security, and you're like, well, actually, this program doesn't make sense. So you have to still pay the people who've been promised Social Security money. However, I think that we need to stop giving out this promise to new people moving forward. We need to have a cutoff of a certain age. Maybe it's 18 years old, maybe it's 21 years old, maybe it's 30 years old, maybe it's 45 years old, where it's like, okay, if you're at this age or below, you will not get Social Security. However, you will still pay Social Security tax to pay for the people who are above you. And once all of those payments are paid for, then there's going to be no more Social Security tax moving forward. Completely abolish the program once the last person has been paid out the last amount of Social Security money. The idea of Social Security, this is something that should be left to the private sector. You should just go to a bank and put money in a savings account. Don't go to the government should not be forcing you to fork over money to them for them to give back to you later. What if I would rather put my money into meme stocks or something, or put my money into gold, or put my money into stocks or a savings account? That's a plan like that for a retirement style funding program. That should be left up to the American citizens. It should not be up to the government to force you to participate in a particular retirement plan. That just doesn't make sense to me. The idea that we are still trying to legitimize the existence of Social Security is stunning to me, because it's already been demonstrated that the government cannot run this program responsibly, correctly, and sustainably. It is just an abomination of a government program and a monstrosity that whose time is long come and gone.
So you still have 82 seconds left. Are there any other measures that you think that would be able to help keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Well, no, that one enough will keep it solvent, but the biggest thing I'll do if we defeat this man, because he wants to get rid of Social Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security. He's wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare, both times. And and if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican caucus that I believe supports, is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, the American public has greater health care coverage today than ever before. And on the ACA, as I said, you're in a circumstance where 400,000 people, 40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. Only thing that allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is, we're in a situation where we talk about education for black communities. I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants by another $8,000. So anybody making under $70,000 a year is going to be able to get $15,000 toward their tuition. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen it. He can look you in the face. About so many other things, too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and suckers story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it, because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid. They're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing, and it's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
President Biden?
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired because he's the one that acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, if someone worked for me and lied about something that I said, I would probably fire them too. So I'm not really going to blame Donald Trump for having that response there.
Standing with Trump when he said it, number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions, the way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world, the reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession, and inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
Again, a very important question, Dodge. Social Security is going bankrupt. Taxing the rich more won't solve it. What would you cut? Or what would you do?
Well, I agree with you. And Social Security is not an entitlement. Social Security is a contract. Workers put 6% of their income into into a fund, and they're told that at 65 they're going to get that money back. It's not an entitlement. It is contractual, and the government, the United States government, would be outrageous if the United States government did not live up to its full faith and credit of paying back those obligations, even if it has to reach outside of the Social Security system to get it. And what we need to be doing is winding down our military commitments. We need to unravel the war machine.
Mm-hmm.
We need to solve our chronic disease epidemic, which is the biggest cause, $4.3 trillion. And we can do those things very quickly. I'm going to cut the military budget in half during my first 4 years. I'm going to use AI and blockchain to eliminate waste in government to save more money. And I'm going to get rid of the chronic disease epidemic. And ultimately, that's going to save us a lot of money. But this has to be a priority for us.
Okay.
I also want to say this. That
I was a little bit confused as to how that connected to Social Security, but now I do kind of see it, and that does make sense.
I was astonished by President Biden's claim that we have the best economy in the world. We have, I see kids every day. None of this generation is going to get into a home. And that's going to destroy the American middle class. The American middle class, the greatest economic engine in the history of mankind. When I was a kid, our country owned half the wealth on the face of the earth. And it was largely because, one, we had an industrial base after World War II, but most importantly, we got every American into a home. And because they were in a home, they had equity, they could borrow money, they could bet it on a business.
Back to CNN.
And that's what's going to drive our economy.
American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him. The other thing is, he doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good.
He didn't.
Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put him there. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border, that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people, many from prisons, many from mental institutions? Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He is the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President.
I mean, it's crazy to see Joe Biden shake his head so many times when Donald Trump is actually mostly right here, right? Like, why hasn't Joe Biden fired any of the people who have been in charge of all of these disastrous aspects of Joe Biden's presidency? Well, very simple reason. It's because they're doing what he wants them to do. I think that is what is missing from Donald Trump's response here, because it shifts blame away from Joe Biden to the people who are beneath him to say, like, hey, you didn't do this. People below you did. Why didn't you fire them? Like, I understand, Donald Trump is the "you're fired" guy, but still, like, give Joe Biden the blame that he deserves. These are federal employees. He should fire them if they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. So blame him for that.
President Biden?
We're the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We have the finest military in the history of the world, the finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one wants to screw around with us. Nobody, number one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up or go online. 159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians, they've had meetings and they voted who's the worst president in American history, one through best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history. That's a fact. That's not conjecture. He can argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted. The idea that he is doing anything to deal with child care, he did virtually nothing to child care. We should significantly increase the child care tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work. And we should encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President Biden.
Facilities.
President Trump, the question was.
There are too many cases here where Joe Biden is like, oh, well, people, you're the worst president in American history. A lot of people say that. A lot of people can say a lot of things. That doesn't make it true. The point of these debates is you're supposed to argue and debate based on the substance, not like throw around these general vague terms or say, oh, a whole lot of people don't like you. That's not what debates are supposed to be about.
About what would you do to make child care more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you, and they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever created an economy like us. Nobody ever cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire. So everybody, including the two of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I'd grow up and I'd see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
I don't know if it's true that Joe Biden wants to raise taxes by 4 times, but it wouldn't shock me if he does want to raise taxes by a significant amount. 2 different things, Trump shouldn't exaggerate like that.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about, he's increased the tariff, he will increase the taxes on middle-class people. I said I'd never raise a tax on anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. This tariff is 10%
My
tariff.
guy.
Everything coming into the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more because they're going to have to pay the difference in food and all the things that are very important. Number 2, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised, he somehow helped the middle class. Middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You had the largest deficit of any president in American history, number 1. Number 2, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We are at the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you, President Biden.
This man needs some help. He stuttered through half of that response. it seemed like he didn't really know where he was going to go with that. I understand how we got here, but it still boggles my mind that this is where we decided to go, with Joe Biden participating in a public presidential debate. At this point, I don't understand why he accepted the challenge to do these debates even. This is just mind-boggling. I just hope that he gets medical attention and that they pull him off the campaign trail. They won't, but that's what I hope.
Back to their original question. CNN has somehow found a child care crisis in America. Somehow Americans raised children for years. Now there's a crisis because it costs too much. Is that something government did or can fix?
Well, the reason there's a crisis is because the economy with the middle class is gone. So in order to pay for a home, you need 2 jobs or 3 jobs. So oftentimes I'm running into people who have 4 jobs between the couples. The couple used to be, when you and I were growing up, mom stayed at home or a parent stayed at home and took care of the kids. That doesn't happen anymore. Now both parents, in order to hold on to that home, need to be working. So we do have a child care crisis in this country. And it's because of the destruction that both these men contributed to of the American middle class, and neither of them is offering any way to restore the middle class. Child care for Black Americans, John, is 37% of income. A single child. Oh, and nobody can afford that. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to wind down, I'm going to balance our budget, which is what President Trump promised to do, but I'm actually going to do it because why? Because it's existential. If we don't have the courage to do that, no matter what the cuts are, we have to do that or we are going to cease to exist as an influential nation. And but we cannot cut our way out of this debt. We have to build new industry. We have to build GDP. And one of the most efficient ways of building GDP is through child care, through guaranteed child care. There's a 22 times return on investment. As I said, every $1 million we spend on military weapons creates 2 jobs. Every $1 million we spend on child care creates 22 jobs. And we need to grow our way out of this budget death spiral. And one of the ways we're going to do that is by providing child care, by taking away $500 billion from the military.
Back to the CNN debate.
I don't understand. Now, maybe this is just how culture has changed over the past 30, 40 years or so, but I don't understand why there's such an emphasis on making sure that your families can afford other people to come in and take care of your kids throughout the day. Why isn't there an emphasis on improving the economy such that wages are so high that you don't need two parents in the home to both be working in order to pay for all the expenditures of the entire family? Or why don't we focus on culturally fostering an environment to where children are in 2-parent homes? Because we've got a lot of kids who are living in broken homes with single parent households. They can't. They're forced and boxed into the position of having to pay for childcare. So why aren't we doing these sorts of things? Why are we focusing on, as a culture, saying, hey, let's focus on having 2-parent homes instead of having all these broken families? Hey, why don't we improve the economy up to the point that wages are rising and you don't need to have 2 parents working? You can just have 1 parent working and the other one staying at home. And this isn't even about the whole trad life, right? You can have the mom working and the dad staying at home. The woman would probably be paid more anyways. So it's so short-sighted to just look at the scenario and be like, hey, we need to make childcare more affordable. I don't think that's the appropriate end goal. Childcare is not the only thing that should be made affordable. I think that if you could have an economic environment where only 1 parent needs to work and the other one can stay home, they still have the choice to both work and then make double the pay if they want to. Freedom. that's dope. If they choose to do that, that would be cool. But they shouldn't have to do that. And I feel like now, with the state our economy is in, I get the impression that a lot of families, especially starting out, they're like, man, well, I mean, we both have to work in order to afford the place where we're living in because cost of living is so high. It's a big economic crisis. And if you actually solve the problem of what's happening in the United States economy, well, with inflation, rising prices of various things, like I mentioned earlier when Colin Slayer was on about the whole real page yield star situation, address issues like that are keeping the cost of living so high, and then you'll be able to see a lot of these other issues start to fix themselves, like abortion as well. You're not going to see as many people get abortions, even if it continues to be legal. You're not going to see as many people get abortions if the economy is better, because they'll be able to better afford to take care of their kid. Hey, if you foster a culture where children are being raised in 2-parent households rather than broken homes, then there's also less of an incentive, I think, for a mother to kill her child, because you have a husband that you can lean on to help with raising the kid, who also can be the breadwinner for the home, theoretically, so that you don't have to raise the kid alone and earn all the money for the household all at the same time. And if you need to take some time off, you can take some time off without it being to the detriment of any other children that you might have who are already born. So many things fall from the economy being screwed up, but people are so focused on the individual things that are being screwed up when the real source of the problem is the economy being poor. You fix the economy being poor, and that will solve a whole lot of other problems that we're seeing in American society. Not all of them, because fixing the economy is not going to make more people get married and have children in 2-parent homes, but it's going to be the solution for a lot of problems that we see in America today.
Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans that both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis. And for both of you, the number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
To finish up, we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out my tariffs, because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't, because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries, and there was more to come, but he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen.
Like, bro,
you're destroying our country.
Or something.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Jake, we were doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough.
2 or 3 years of what?
The drugs pouring across the border it started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot, and we were getting very low numbers, very, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low, because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways. But the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen, at numbers that nobody's ever seen under him, because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump.
I wish that he stayed a little bit more on track there. He has a good point that immigration is affecting the opioid crisis and the drug addiction crisis. at the same time, I think there's a little bit more to helping out Americans than by stemming the border crisis. Now, to be fair, if you cut off the supply, then you're going to get rid of addicts pretty quickly. But for the people who are in the country who are addicted now, it does make sense to try and do something to help them out with, getting treated. Now, Trump mentioned something about like us having like the greatest like 2 or 3 years that we've ever seen of something, but he was very vague about what it was that we had 2 or 3 years of. So I'm a little bit confused as to what exactly he was referring to statistically. So, I mean, I don't know what Trump's record is on helping the opioid crisis, except for stemming the flow of illegal immigration, which can keep some drugs from coming across the border.
Thank you, President Biden.
Fentanyl and the byproducts of fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we use the machinery that can detect fentanyl, these big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more be able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of all the people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues and said, "Don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically."
That's not true. I need to find the article for this. I did a quick search while I was watching this debate live. I couldn't find it. But there were a bunch of provisions in there that were just bad. And the more people read the actual bill, the more they were like, no, I don't like this. Because it wasn't just Trump saying that this bill was bad. Like, it initially got support because it sounded great. It was like, oh, yeah, more troops at the border. We stem immigration some. But then there was like provisions like Biden having the right and authority to like suspend all of the impacts of the bill for like 2 or 3 times a year, like ridiculous loopholes and things like that, to where you could pass a bill that does say, hey, we're going to limit illegal immigration. But then Trump could get around that using various avenues that were left in place in the bill. So it was essentially a toothless tiger that looked pretty impressive at face value. But then once you actually go and dig in and look at it in the mouth, you got to realize that it's not really as strong as it was sold out to be. As it was made out to be, sorry.
He never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now, struggling to get the treatment they need.
Well, this does pertain to it. He ended Remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say it's a hostage. Now we have a hostage, a Wall Street Journal reporter, I think a good guy, and he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office. Before I take office, I said by literally as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago, but Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where we paid $6 billion for 5 people.
True.
I got 58 people out and I paid essentially nothing.
I like it when they cut them off on CNN. The question is, we do have a big opioid problem, people in crisis, people overdosing, but also people in pain who can't get pain relief because doctors are afraid of the DEA. What would you do?
Both of these presidents miss the point. They're talking about drug interdiction at the border. That's not the problem. In fact, even if you sealed the border, or virtually sealed it, fentanyl occupies such a tiny volume, about 1/200th of all other opioids. You could bring enough fentanyl across the border in a briefcase to kill everybody in Los Angeles. So the fentanyl is going to come in this country. The problem is something much larger than that. It's a generation that is alienated, that is dispossessed, that is depressed, that is suicidal, that is disconnected from community, and that's why they're turning to drugs. And we need to deal with that problem, and we need to reduce demand. And that my signature policy.
True.
Thank you.
But that's a cultural solution.
To begin taxing marijuana federally to deschedule it from Schedule 1, where it is now, where the federal government is not allowed to tax it. So marijuana is legal in many states, but the federal government cannot collect taxes on it. It's legal. It's not going to, whether you can tax it or not, is not going to affect the number of people who are using it or amount that's used. We're going to deschedule it so the government can start collecting taxes. That will raise $8.5 billion in revenue. I'm going to dedicate that money to building drug rehabilitation farms, wellness farms, restoration farms in rural areas all over this country where any American can go for free to deal with depression, suicidal behavior, alcoholism, drug addiction to illegal drugs, but also addiction to SSRIs, to benzos, to Adderall. We need to reclaim our children. We have a whole generation that's growing up with social media, that's growing up with no hope for their future. They can't get into homes. They can't get meaningful jobs.
2 minutes, Mr. Kennedy. Back to CNN.
The only thing I don't like about that is, it's the famous saying of the government being there to help. Okay, like no, the government has a VA program to take care of a certain group of people. That doesn't run well. The government has public healthcare. I'm getting the impression, that system is kind of on the decline, and I wouldn't be shocked if the American healthcare system begins to fail at some point. We don't need another government program to help people out. Now, you can do subsidies, I think, if you want to get into government intervention. You could do subsidies for a private organization to help take care of the drug addicted and give any American citizen vouchers or whatever. But to have the American government make some sort of like wellness retreat to get over addiction, I think is a little bit, it's unwarrantedly optimistic, because just in the history of our country, I don't think any government healthcare program has worked well enough to be of at least my satisfaction to where I would say, oh yeah, this is the government I would love to have be in charge of helping people get rid of addiction. Like, no.
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. The whole idea of computer chips. We used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and then bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States. And guess what? Those fabs, they call that to build these chips, those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president who wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us, all of our allies, and those who he coddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc. They don't want to screw around with us.
Love letters.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, you know, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced them. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they'd never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden?
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's it. Anyway, just take
What
a
is
look at what he
this?
says he is, and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf with you if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie, that he's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8.
Never.
But I have, you know, how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Okay, let's
not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to
Let's not act.
Why is Biden getting into the nitty gritty of like golfing details, especially when we all know that Joe Biden is not in a physically fit enough state to be able to take on Trump in a golfing challenge? Why is he? It's almost like he's got like a Napoleonic complex, but it's just like if you're like instead of your stature is what's causing it, it's your mental faculties. Why in the world is he up here blustering about his skill and prowess on the golf course? It just boggles my mind. And then quibbling about height and weight. No, this should be about mental acuity for the most part. I understand why Trump brought up golf because, you know, being physically fit is part of being fit. You can be mentally fit, but can you be physically fit? To be fair, you can be not physically fit and still, you know, carry on the duties of president of the United States. I believe FDR did this quite well. I think, if I remember correctly, he's the one who was in the wheelchair, right? But like, it's so bizarre to be like, there's a difference between Trump being broadly being like, hey, you know, I took cognitive tests. I aced them. I won club golf championships. Joe Biden couldn't even play golf. That's broad, true, to the point, and it addresses the heart of the question that is being asked. Joe Biden's over here like, no, you're 10 pounds heavier than you said you were and 2 inches shorter, and I have a 6 handicap. That's not necessarily relevant to can you govern well as an 80-year-old, because your height and weight doesn't matter. whether or not you can play golf technically doesn't matter. Although, like, if you can play golf, like, I guess that shows that you are physically fit to some regard, and that's not bad. You know, RFK Jr. posts videos of himself pumping iron. Okay, like, that is relatively impressive. It's nice to have a president who can do that, just like it's cool that Rush has a president who can ride bears. Like, like he should be addressing the issue at hand instead of doing these childish Trumpian insults.
Yeah.
Hey,
Never.
but I have, you know,
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Okay, let's
not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to
21
turn.
Let's not act merciful when they cut them off now.
All I'm going to say is I hope they let me on the stage for that contest.
Nice. Good answer. Good answer.
What do you do to stay healthy?
What?
What do you do to stay healthy?
What do
What do you do to stay healthy?
What do I do? Well, I hike every day. I go to the gym every day. I don't ever eat processed food. And I do intermittent fasting. And I try to eat well. So I feel like I really want to be part of that contest.
CNN?
He should also take a cognitive test just for bragging rights.
Big concern that voters have about you. Will you pledge tonight that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable?
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent, because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. But the only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies are so bad. His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
He's not entirely wrong, but I wish he kind of stuck to the question. If I was Trump, what I would say is, look, I will use every legal avenue to challenge and protest the election that I think is unfair. But if all those fail, regardless of whether or not I think that the election was stolen, I will, if I've used up all the legitimate avenues, I will participate in a peaceful transfer of power just like I did in 2020. People like to say that I didn't, but I did. I will have to step aside because regardless of whether or not we think that the courts get something right or that the courts get something wrong, we have to have some degree of trust in our systems. in our justice systems and in our legal systems, in our executive branches, and all of those things. And if there's something wrong with our systems, then we should reform them. There are many people who have, put forth various policies to fortify the election systems in various states, right? Many Democrats would have said, oh, these are things that make it harder to vote. No, these are things that make our elections more secure. So to answer the question, I will not necessarily accept the 2024 election results, and that I don't promise to believe them. But if there's nothing more that I can do and the system says that he won, well, what can I do? I'll step aside just like I have before. There's nothing to indicate that there's nothing to indicate in the past that I wouldn't have, stepped aside. And there's nothing to indicate that in the future I won't step aside. That would have been, I think, the perfect presidential yet slightly Trumpian response to this question. And I think it would have given all the caveats needed. Man, why is there like a 10-second delay from
when
the
you want a World War III, let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5.
Well, his eyes
attack
all
on
bugged
one
like
is
that.
attack on
It's
all
like,
and required response. The idea,
like, it's so bizarre.
The idea. I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done and what they've done. Because we are a powerful nation. We have wonderful people. It's because of the people, not me. It's because of the American people. They're capable of anything, and they step up when they're needed. And right now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because our own safety is at stake. And again, you want to have a war, just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will you accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins?
Just to finish what he said, if I might, Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. He's not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me. But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia, because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked if I were
President Trump,
president.
the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless of who wins? Yes or no, please.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level because the people understand it.
True.
Well, let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time.
That went from like a really good rebuttal to just like playground insults. Like, let's see what we'll see what the results will be when the election's over. Is like at that moment when I heard that, I was like, there should have been an audience here to cheer for that line. That's actually a good comeback line. But then he says, you're a whiner. Like, oh my goodness. It's like when a skilled musician makes a fire track with cringe lyrics. It's like, oh, Oh, and then we've got a 10-second delay until this thing starts playing again. I don't know what's up with this Twitter video player, man. Or X video player, sorry. It still hasn't started yet. What in the
high
world?
level, because
Okay,
the people understand it.
Well, let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea if you lose again, you accepting anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
And that's it for the CNN debate. This is your forum. You get the final word. But just one observation is that listening to them, America is in terrible decline. But I don't see people risking their lives to leave America or to go to many other countries. They want to come here. And you say the middle class is disappearing. It's true. It's getting smaller. But the data show mostly because they're going into the upper class. I think America is doing pretty well, and we just need you politicians to leave us alone.
I do want to...
He makes an interesting point. I think there are a lot of politicians and political pundits and things who like using apocalyptic language because it gets clicks, right? Oh, civil war, or, our civil rights are at stake with all this abortion stuff or whatever. In general, things in America actually are doing okay. Now, yes, we are feeling some pain from inflation and, high cost of living and stuff, but the economy tends to get better and tends to get worse. If we can get in a president who can right the ship on the economy, a lot of other things will start to get solved. Now, I think this guy's name is Stossel. What he does say about people not leaving America, part of that is just because a lot of Americans are lazy. I think a lot of people would just stay in America even if it was falling apart at the seams. But he does make a great point that America is, and I don't think he didn't make this point directly, but it's true. America is still the best country in the world. We have such a head start on so many other countries that we could decline precipitously and still be the best country in the world. I think that's one advantage America has, but I think we sort of squander that strategic positioning sometimes because we allow ourselves to decline in certain areas because we can afford to do so because of how good the country already is, but we really shouldn't. We should be making sure that we're stewarding this nation that God has given us well, rather than being reckless with it and playing around for political points. I also don't like the fear-mongering, although I will say that it does motivate voters to vote in ways that are in their self-interest, because if you give voters a sense of fear in the idea that their existence or their way of life or their civil rights are at stake, then they're more motivated to vote, rather than hearing someone say, you know what, things in America are pretty good, go vote now, so that we can make things even better. That's not really inspiring. But if you're going to tell people that democracy is at stake, or this individual is a fascist, or any other equally ridiculous and unbelievable statement like that, then you're going to start to get a voter turnout. Like, Trump says that if Biden is elected president because of his immigration policies, we won't have a country in a handful of years. That, I think, is a bit of an exaggeration, because stuff like that causes slow deaths. With Joe Biden talking about Trump ending democracy, it also isn't true, because Trump doesn't want to do anything to get rid of democracy. There is a ridiculous focus on using this dramatic language to stir up voters, and it's kind of unfortunate, because we should have candidates who inspire enough confidence that voters don't have to be scared into voting for them, right? They should just be able to vote based on the merits and the policies and be like, hey, I want this to be a little bit better. This guy wants to make things a little bit better. I'm going to vote for him, versus I'm going to vote for this guy because the other person's going to destroy the country. It's ridiculous and not a great state of affairs for America. Man, I give myself like someone
make an observation about President Trump's final point, which I think is a very, very important point for Americans to understand. We are closer to nuclear war right now than at any time since 1962. This week we did something extraordinary that was hardly covered by the press, which is we fired a missile in coordination with Ukraine into a series of missiles into Crimea with cluster bombs, which every nation in the world except for us and North Korea says is a war crime. We dropped them on a civilian population, people who were sitting on sunning themselves on a beach, and we killed a lot of children. And
is that true? Why did we do that?
The previous week, the Russians are in Cuba firing missiles because they've warned us. We are going to win lose the war in Ukraine. I've said that from the beginning. We cannot beat Russia in the Ukraine. They cannot allow themselves to lose that war. They've been invaded 3 times through Ukraine. The last time they were invaded, Hitler killed 1 out of every 7 Russians. They're not going to let us put NATO in Ukraine. They cannot do it. It's absolutely critical for their national security, and we need to recognize that. And we are pushing toward a war with a nuclear power that says they will use nuclear weapon if they're pushed to the edge. They have 2,500 more nuclear weapons than we do. They have better defensive weapons, and we cannot fight a world war anymore. Because of hypersonic missiles, we couldn't get 1 million men across the Atlantic. Even worse, we do not have an industrial base like we did before World War II. We can't create weapons anymore. We create small numbers, but nothing like the Chinese or the Russians. This is something that every American needs to understand how close the incompetence of this administration has brought us to war.
Closing
shut
statements
up.
now. We have closing statements from.
Can I say a closing?
You'll get your closing statement right after they get theirs.
It is now time for the candidates to deliver their closing statements as predetermined by a coin toss. We're going to begin with you, President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left by President Trump in his last term. We find ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes, and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll be the case again. But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit, number one. He's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America. What I did, for example, he wants to get rid of the ability of Medicare us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. Well, guess what? We got it down to $35 for insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior all along where it's happening now, and everybody in America. He wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credits that people have for child care. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. All he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like. Even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible. Choice for our soldiers, where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves, and they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
And he ran out of time. Mr. Kennedy, 2 minutes, closing statement.
In 2013, there was a poll taken that asked young people under 35 in this country, are you proud of the United States? 85% said yes. The same poll taken 5 months ago, 18% said yes. So somehow, during the administration of these two presidents, an entire generation of Americans has lost pride in our country and a hope in their own futures. And they feel that way because they see what's happening. They can't get into a home. First generation in history in America that is going to live worse lives than their parents. They see the vitriol that you saw here, the division, the polarization that makes them disgusted with politics.
True.
They're seeing the corrupt merger of state and corporate power that has transformed our agencies from the CIA, the health agencies, the environmental agencies, into sock puppets, the industries they're supposed to regulate. They're seeing the destruction of our soils, the destruction of our air and water. They're watching this happen, and the politicians do nothing about it except for hate on each other. If you want more of the same, you should vote for President Biden, President Trump. You know what's going to happen. You know that. They're going to give you 4 more years of the same stuff. If you want things to completely change, you're going to support me, because I'm going to change everything. And this is a moral fight. This is a moral battle for the soul of our nation, to restore our moral authority around the world by projecting economic power abroad rather than spending $8 trillion on regime change wars that have left every nation we've touched worse off than we found it. And restoring our moral authority here at home. The first day in office, I'm going to, you heard what they're going to do. You don't even understand it. Here's what I'm going to do. Day 1 in office, I'm going to issue an executive order saying any federal official who tells a lie to the American public will lose his job. So I'm going to stop the surveillance state. I'm going to stop the propagandizing by our agencies of the American public. I'm going to unravel the war machine. I'm going to unravel the corrupt merger of state and corporate power. I know how to do it. I've been litigating against these agencies for years, and I'm uniquely suited to do this. But I can tell you, I'm going to do these things when I get in there. I'm going to make sure that our Constitution is protected, that AI is deployed to make government more transparent rather than by government to enslave the rest of us. I'm going to bring AI home and blockchain home because we need these new industries to grow our way out of the debt crisis. This is something that these two aren't even talking about. But if you want everything to change, you'll support me. If you want to vote out of fear, you need to support one of those guys. If you want to vote out of hope, out of inspiration, out of pride in your country, out of restoring the moral backbone of our people and our nation, you should vote for me. Thank you.
Well, that was pretty interesting. We need to have more events like
here,
this.
Obviously, is very supportive of this candidate. Thank you for watching this different kind of debate. I don't know what you learned, but to me, the most reliable gauge of who does well on a debate is election betting.
Interesting.
And I can report after this debate, Biden is down 13%. Trump, Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris, and Mr. Kennedy are up. Thank you and
True.
Good night.
True. Wow, that was a very interesting event. Honestly, we should have more events like this, I think. It's good for democracy. I think it's good for people who want to see the various candidates compared to one another in a more black and white, back and forth, side-by-side manner. So I hope that he was encouraged by the viewership that he got on this. This has 7.4 million views. And that he decides to do more stuff like this in the future. But I also think that more third party, like there should be like an agreement among third party candidates to do something like this. Maybe the day after, compile a list of all the questions that have been asked, and have your own third party debate between like multiple third party candidates. I would like to see RFK up against Jill Stein, up against Vermin Supreme in some sort of general election third party debate. I think something like that would be outstanding. But let me know in the comments what you thought about this debate. It was very interesting on multiple fronts. I guess what little I would say about it, because, to be honest, I've been on the air for like 5 hours, so I'm a little bit tired at this moment. I don't feel like going super in depth on my thoughts on how the debate went, but Joe Biden did horribly in this debate. He did horribly when it came to his rhetoric, and he did it horribly when it came to his mannerisms in how he carried himself. Because first of all, you can't speak with you cannot speak with a shallow voice, in coughing every 15 minutes and expect people to instill confidence in you. He acted on that stage as if he was dying, and frankly, I do after seeing that terrible performance. Now, people are going to say now that like maybe Joe Biden should step down, that he should stop his campaign. Frankly, it's too late. I've been talking to people who have been like, yo, Joe Biden is going to chicken out. He's going to drop out of the race and someone else will come and replace him, like Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom. No, I don't think that's the case at all, because if Joe Biden was to give up on his campaign to end it, he would have done that a long time ago. Actually, he would never have run. He would have just said, hey, I've done such a great job in 4 years that I'm just going to retire from politics altogether. That would have been, I think, the classiest and best move for him to do long-term politically, but he just decided not to do that. The longer the time goes on, the worse it looks optically for Joe Biden to not drop out of the race. At this point, it's just too late, because it looks like you have no strategy. Everything looks just disjointed. We all knew how bad this debate was going to be, except for the people who didn't pay attention. So it's like, it's not good. Not good. Also with the rhetoric, Joe Biden was way too broad on a lot of his promises. Oh, we're going to get rid of costs on this. We're going to fix that. How exactly? By how much? What are your metrics? There were not enough specifics for me to glom onto. Plus, the fact that he lied about Donald Trump half the time and gave these strangely Trumpian insults the entire time was just bewildering to me. Why he decided to go this route with his debate tactics, it's mystifying, especially because I'm sure that there are certain specifics that he could have pointed to and say, hey, I'm going to do these specific policies. I know for a fact there are certain things that he could have dinged Donald Trump on, like the stimulus checks with handling COVID. That, I think, was a major catalyst for inflation. He should have hit on the Oppo research that the mainstream media did for him the day of running the numbers and figuring out that when you factor out COVID-19 stimulus checks, Trump was worse when it came to running up the deficit than Joe Biden. Joe Biden didn't bring that up at all. It was very disappointing because as a Trump voter, I shouldn't have more precise attacks on Trump's record as president of the United States than Joe Biden had. But he acted like the only thing that he had was bluster working in his favor, and that just ended up being a disastrous run for him. So maybe Democratic voters are going to find a third party and go flock to that third party and vote for somebody else who's a bit more competent than Joe Biden, but who represents them better. But this just has me feeling bad for the Democrats, because I'm like, Democrats deserve far better representation than this. I think the Republicans deserve better representation than Donald Trump as well. I don't think that he should be the nominee. At the very least, he is competent and has a positive track record that he can run on. Joe Biden does not. For Donald Trump, I think that he was pretty chill. He didn't have to do too much. He didn't necessarily win the debate, but he let Joe Biden lose it all by himself. Excuse me. I don't like how he was fairly broad in some of his rhetoric. It seemed like he was exaggerating in a lot of points when he really didn't need to. It was very obvious that he didn't do any debate prep, which again wasn't necessary because Joe Biden's dementia defeated himself. But I just wish that Trump was just a little bit more precise on his language, because there are going to be a lot of people fact checking his statements and saying, "Oh, he lied there," when really he was exaggerating. But like at the heart of what he was saying was something that was true. It puts him in a bad spot because people are constantly calling him a liar, and you don't want to give your enemies ammunition. You really shouldn't be doing that. So that was just a poor move on Donald Trump's part. When it comes to RFK, I appreciated how precise he was on some of his policies. He seemed actually the sharpest of all the three candidates. When he spoke, he seemed like he knew the most about what he was talking about. Like he actually understood what he wants to do when he becomes president, a little bit more than both candidates. Not that Trump doesn't know what he wants to do, but RFK came to armed with more specifics. I think he was wildly off base on certain things, like the need to like he has this anger and contempt for the ultra rich that I think is a little bit unfounded. And even if it was founded, you shouldn't be militarizing the government to go after the ultra rich. I think that's completely unfair. We want to sell America as the land of opportunity. We can't do that if we're going after the super rich and calling them bad dogs because they're rich. It's not a good thing to do. But there are certain things where he was even more right. He's even more right than the other candidates, both of them, such as when it comes to inflation. Donald Trump and Joe Biden have terrible records on running up the deficit and running up the national debt. So I'm glad that he kind of hit the nail on the head there. But in general, there just wasn't enough of what RFK said to me that made me feel like I want to support him. And frankly, Donald Trump's track record is just too strong in general for me to want to switch my vote away from Donald Trump to RFK. I wish RFK the best. I hope he wins at least one state. I think it would be great for democracy if he did. But I just can't say that he's a better candidate than Donald Trump, because Donald Trump, I think his policies are less schizophrenic, and he just seems like a better, safer choice than RFK Jr. So if you guys disagree, let me know in the comment section. I'm kind of curious to hear what you guys think about this debate. And at some point, I do plan on getting the whole crack political team together to kind of do a post-mortem on how this debate went, because I think that'd be great. And also, they span various aspects in sections of the political spectrum. So it'd be nice to hear a variety of opinions from Trump voters and Biden voters, all talking in the same Discord call about how this debate went. But that's pretty much all I have for the debate. Hope you guys had a good time. Relatively, I mean, it's hard to say that it's a good time when you basically just saw like an old man embarrass himself on national television. I don't know, but I don't know. Just vote, I guess. Oh man. Well, thanks everyone for tuning in. I do appreciate you guys tuning in. While no one really sent in some chats, I did notice that on Kick, We got some viewers. We actually have some viewers viewing right now. There were like no moments where I had 0 viewers, which actually kind of surprised me because that's a little bit different than what is usually the case when it comes to YouTube. For those of you who are new to the stream, who did not come from my Discord server, I typically stream on YouTube through the channel Not a Newbie Streams. I do upload videos 3 times a week at noon on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, so check those out. It's the Not a Newbie Highlights channel on YouTube. I'm open to streaming on Kick in the future. Because of the culture of Kick, I'm not sure that I want to stream there because I want to stream on a place where I can literally go to people at my church, and like even like kids and teens, and be like, hey, watch my streams. And I don't want to be sending like friends of mine to Kick when you consider all the other content that's available there. We'll have to see what the reputation of the site ends up being. But for now, it's a great place to do alt streams. So I think I'll do those there for now. Maybe if I want to have a full-time alt platform stream, I'll go to like somewhere like Odyssey or Rumble. But for now, Kick is going to be my home for alt streams or whatever. Especially for something I think will be DMCA'd. Hopefully, this video will not get DMCA'd. I'll be uploading the VODs on Newbie Streams shortly, so we'll see what happens with that. If that doesn't get DMCA'd, then I'll upload this debate reaction on the Not Newbie Highlights channel so that you guys can see just the debate reaction portion with me and Slayer chiming in as well. But anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this stream. I had a blast reacting to this with much of that was with the help of Callan Slayer as well as RFK Jr. They helped to lighten the mood somewhat. So thanks everyone for tuning in. I will see you guys in a future stream. Join the Discord. The link is on the screen as well. In the meantime, you can influence the content that I react to because I do take reaction requests. And also I read like news articles and various other things that people send to me in the Discord. So check that out. It's dstrd.ngwb. It's the place you want to be if you want to chat with me and influence what I see and react when I am next on stream. But until then, peace out, y'all. This track is fire, by the way. It's Chassis by Cubox, Cubox. Check it out. It's fire. But anyways, peace out, y'all. Thanks for tuning in.